Start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the March 12th, 2024 regular meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. And we can, how about we ask Ryan to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, are there any corrections, deletions to the agenda?
Chair Bullock, there is one correction. Agenda item number 24, which is a closed session determining whether litigation should be initiated. That's SR 24-0419. That has been removed from the agenda.
Okay, so no closed session, 24-0419. Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar, these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take their concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Do we have anybody that wants to, any comments, call in written comments on the consent calendar? Any public comment on the consent calendar items 1 through 15? Any board member on the dais like to pull anything from the consent calendar items 1 through 15? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Okay, moving on to general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise in the interest of civil discourse. It is the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attack. Time limits may be modified at the chair or the board's discretion. You may provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the chamber or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. Just note, if you want to make public comment by phone, please call in at the beginning of the item so that you don't miss the opportunity. And looks like we have people lined up for public comment. And with that, I'm going to open up public comments. Sir, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much. My name is Anthony Lewis of the Nevada County Committee of Safety. We, the people, are serving you with notice of personal and criminal liability and waiver of tort with over 5,000 pages of the COVID-19 vaccine is a bioweapon. We, the people, have seen no evidence and denies that any evidence exists that you have a valid oath of office, that you have the required performance fidelity bond, and that you are not a for-profit corporation impersonating legitimate government of the Nevada County. That also that you are not engaged or are engaged in genocide and treason. We, the people, demand that you immediately vacate all your office within 3 business days. We also demand that you immediately cease mandating all vaccinations, COVID-19 vaccinations, COVID-19 testing, and masks to be worn, and publicly broadcast your direction to the people through mass media. We demand that you notify our grand jury foreman of your intentions and when you are vacated, so that we can appoint a provisional government and until lawful elections can be held. You are personally liable. We, the people, sent you numerous notifications and you ignored them, which is proof of your actions to ignore what we, the people, have mandated. It is our duty and our right to inform the U.S. military of your actions, and it has been so done. You have been lawfully noticed, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Gottesman. I'm here representing the Peace and Justice Center of Nevada County and also Jewish Voices for Peace. I sent an email to each of you last week with some information rebutting some of the propaganda that's being spread by people who are against a resolution for ceasefire. I hope you had a chance to read it. If not, I've brought some hard copies of the short version of it. I hope you'll go to the links, though, because there's a lot of really important information there. I'm here today because, to give you my regrets that you have to deal with the Gaza atrocities here at the local level. It's not the way it should be. But the reason that we've come to you and city councils and county governments all over the United States is because our federal government is disastrously broken. The influence of big money has made it so that politicians at the federal level are unable to make sensible decisions about the genocide that we are collaborating with. And just as an example, President Biden went to a fundraiser in Los Angeles this week and put on by Chaim Saban, who's a strong supporter of continuing the atrocities in Gaza. And he raised $42 million for his campaign. That's why President Biden and Congress are not able to end this atrocity, because they can't afford to. But you can, combined with local governments all over the country, you can reverse this and save all those children that are being starved to death, bombed, their families bombed in Gaza with clerk. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
My name is Josh. I'm a high school student at Godoti, and currently our principal is resigning at the end of the year because of budget cuts, and the board doesn't have enough money to fill the position of principal of Godoti because we don't have the money. And so now I'm wondering, how is it that we don't have the money to get all of the positions necessary to educate our children, but we have the money to fund endless wars? And we have the money to send billions of dollars to Israel to facilitate their genocide of the Palestinian people. This is very much a local issue. We're seeing budget cuts affect people in this county right now in preventing people from getting proper education, yet still billions of dollars are sent every year to foreign countries to facilitate their massacres, wars, and genocides. This is a very local issue, and that's why we're here. We're here to ask you guys to go and take a stand for the people that you represent, and to tell the federal government that we're not going to stand idly by, and that their decisions to go fund and facilitate genocide are directly affecting people here. It's directly causing harm to people in our county by facilitating the genocide of the Palestinian people. Not just the trauma that is being caused from us having to watch children being bombed every day, or the mentalness that is caused by us having to deal with genocide deniers who are screaming at us, but the fact that we don't have enough money to facilitate the basic needs for people. There are homeless children in this county that don't have homes, and we're not giving it to them. People don't have health care. Our schools are underfunded. And if we stop sending money to Israel, we could solve all of that. We could solve almost every problem in this country if we abolish our military. If we stop spending $800 billion every year to facilitate imperialism, militarism, and our global hegemony across the world. We have 800 foreign military bases. 800 foreign military bases occupying other countries that are costing us billions of dollars every year while people in this country suffer. And so I'm asking you to please agendize a ceasefire resolution so that you can make it clear that you represent the people of this county and that you do not support imperialism and that you don't support our funding and facilitation of genocide.
Josh, thanks for your comments.
Shirley Osgood here, District 3. Am I too close to the mic? Okay. I've been thinking back. I was in Germany about 15 years after the war ended, and I got to witness the young people asking their parents, what did you do to prevent what was going on? And, I'm thinking about the different concentration camps that were near small towns. And, we've asked, what did the people in those towns do? What did the people in Dachau do? Did they know what was going on? Well, it was a different world then. They didn't have a live view of what was happening in the camps. Maybe they heard something via rumor, but we have a live view, instant live view of what's happening to the Palestinians. Every day, if you turn on the news, you see it. That's the difference in why it is now a local issue. We know what is going on, and thus we have a responsibility. And I'm sure that each of you are doing something in your own way to take responsibility to try to stop the U.S.'s role in the genocide. But you also have the possibility as a district to make a we voice heard, to add to all the other towns and districts that are doing this. And I beg you, please, to take that opportunity to call for a ceasefire and pass a resolution. I also just do want to mention that, as some of you had said, we honor our veterans, we honor our military. Another way we can honor them is by not presenting them with another opportunity for PTSD, because this is just another thing to load on to their load that they already have. Thank you for considering ceasefire resolution.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Paul James. I've been a government whistleblower for 18 years. I was part of a treaty oversight commission that was signed by the high contracting powers in 2010 to end the global slavery system, which has captured 193 nations. Over the last 3 years, we've served this body and the state of California with over 100 notices. We have come to the conclusion that no one in office in California has the proper constitutional oath, has the proper bona fide fidelity bond to protect the people. We've also come to the conclusion that this corporation was never authorized by we the people. It is not our guaranteed Republican form of government and is essentially occupying Nevada County. About 2 years ago, on February 22nd, 2022, we served this body, the state of California, and various agencies with a criminal complaint in regard to the COVID-19 vaccines bioweapon. We told you it was a bioweapon and that it was going to kill and maim the people of Nevada County. And since then, we've been proven right. You were told to investigate it, to look into the 1,017 peer-reviewed documents that you were given, and you did nothing. And since then, a vast majority of the people in this county took the bioweapon, and some have been maimed, some have been killed. Pursuant to Title 18, Section 2 to 4, you are liable for your inaction. We have issued documents today with another 5,000-page document, including evidence that the COVID-19 vaccine is a bioweapon that was perpetrated by the CDC and the cohorts and elements, criminal elements of the United States government. These are court records filed into Texas. And you have a duty to warn the people on the county to not take the vaccine bioweapon. You have a criminal.
Thanks, Paul.
Good morning, board. I'm Paul Gilbert, no stranger to this board. So a couple weeks back, in my continuing investigation of oaths of office and other regulatory issues that we, the people, need to be aware of and hold you accountable for. So let's get back down to Michelle Bodley, our tax collector. Now, she filed her oath of office, 8-9 months after she took her oath. According to the statutes that she swore, she's not in office. Her office is vacant. And that you as a board are to do something about this because you are the legislative branch of this government. And you can impeach her. And you can tell her to remove herself from office. The paycheck that she receives, she's not entitled to receive it. But yet, she's still receiving it. So, you guys have a problem. Need to deal with it. So, a couple weeks ago, I was told that her oath was okay, but it's not. No new evidence has been presented to me saying that she filed it in a timely manner. So again, you guys have a problem. I'm not being told the truth. Documents are being withheld. That is actually a felony. Okay? Because when you intentionally withhold public documents from somebody who's requesting it, that is a crime. And we're going to hold you accountable for it. Now, you've heard a couple of speakers already tell you that oath of office, lack of authority, heck, even during COVID, you weren't listening to us. You have a history of not listening to the people. It's going to come to an end. It has to come to an end. So, since you won't do anything about one person who is violating their oath, that means all of you are violating your oaths. And all of you are going to have to leave. Sooner you leave, the better this county will be, because I really don't want to be in a county where everybody that is supposed to be in office who says, I swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of California and the laws therein, and then you don't uphold them? No, that's treason against the people. So get used to the words treason, because that's what you're doing. When you're not listening to the people, you're committing treason against the people. And we will hold you accountable. And with that, I bid you a good day.
Thanks, Paul.
Good morning, Board. Lee French, Alta Sierra resident. I'm going to change the tone of this a little bit in the fact that the Board has listened to me since last April, griping about a fire hazardous condition at the Alta Sierra Golf Course. And it took a while. We didn't have anything that we could lay our hands on to force anything to happen to get things cleaned up. However, I do want to thank the Board for listening to me. It has gotten cleaned up at the tee, at the third tee. I don't know about the rest of the area, but between Ed Schofield, Jeff Pettit, and Greg Griesbach, just visiting with the golf course made a big difference, and it is finally cleaned up. And I want to thank you for your action. It takes a while because we didn't have a code to back us up. Excuse me. It was a tough time. However, it goes to show that if we just continue looking at the problem, taking a good common knowledge approach to the whole thing, that we can get things done. And I want to thank the Board for stepping in and helping out. Thank you very much.
Lee, thanks for coming here and sharing your comments. Anybody else like to share their thoughts during the public comment period?
Chair, we do have one caller.
Thank you. Let's bring him in.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Tara Marino. I'm a resident of Grass Valley in District 1, and I am urging you to put a ceasefire resolution on the next agenda. We are going to our senators and congressperson and the president and pleading with them to use their power to stop this genocide, only to be ignored. This is why we're asking our local representatives to join many other cities around the country in putting forth a ceasefire resolution to put pressure on higher government to act. We've watched the most atrocious crimes against humanity for 5 months now. It's televised, and we're told that it's being done in the name of safety. The murder of 30,000 people, over 30,000 people, including children and civilians, is not making anybody safer. And I just would urge you to adopt, put forth the ceasefire resolution, and also make sure that humanitarian aid gets to these people that the U.S. and Israel are currently starving and murdering. So I appreciate your time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Tara, thanks for calling in.
Hi, my name is Michael Taylor, live in District 1. And I have to say that it is emotionally painful to watch TV or watch the news. I actually find myself turning the news off when I see the stuff come up with Gaza or not Gaza, Palestinians and Israelis. And I'm not quite sure. I've been puzzled trying to understand why you guys haven't yet agreed to doing a resolution for something that's nonpartisan. It's not choosing a side. It seems pretty simple to just put a resolution out there, vote on a resolution that basically says that you guys are not supportive of you are supportive of a ceasefire. I mean, I've been trying to understand how you guys haven't yet put it on the agenda, and I would like an explanation maybe from Heidi. If you could email me an explanation why it's something you haven't initiated for District 1, as well as Hardy, you're the chair. If you don't mind emailing me, just kind of explain. I know there's got to be a reason that I'm not seeing, but I'm not really seeing it. So if one of you would take the time to email me, that'd be great, so I can understand why the board isn't seeing that it makes sense for the community for you guys to do a resolution asking for ceasefire. Thank you.
Michael, thanks for your comments. Any other public comment here in the board chambers? Any other callers online, Madam Clerk?
No, Chair.
Okay. With that, we're going to close public comment. We have a timed item for 10 a.m. and if the board and staff want to do announcements, now would be a good time to squeeze that in. I think I'll read that here, and then we can do staff and board member announcements. So pursuant to Government Code 54954.2, board members, county executive officer, and chief of staff may make a brief announcement or a brief report on his or her activities. Board members, county executive officer, and chief of staff may also provide a reference to staff or other resources for factual information. Request staff to report back to the board at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on the future agenda. And with that, I'm going to start with Allison Lehman, our CEO, and then go to our chief of staff, Jeffrey Thorsby.
Thank you for the opportunity to give some quick announcements. Ryan Groover and myself met with Dr. Hill and Christy Katz and Toby Guven, who's with our public health department, around the increasing use and exposure that they're seeing in the ER and at the hospital of nitrous oxide, which is a colorless gas that people are using to get high, and they're seeing the medical impacts. And so we're looking at maybe bringing forward some recommendations on legislation that the board may want to consider, as well as a future presentation of understanding the impacts it's having currently on our community. Met with Councilman Ivey from Grass Valley, talked about joint issues with the county and the city. And also, I just want to share with the board that tonight's Youth Commission meeting, we're having a media panel. And that panel is going to include UBNet, KNCO, the union, and KVMR was also invited to attend. So we're looking forward to that presentation and discussion with our Youth Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to Jeffrey Thorsby, our chief of staff.
Honorable Chair, members of the board, a pleasure to be with you. Just a couple of quick updates. One of the things that we're working closely with our county executive office team and working to submit for congressional designated earmark projects. So that's well underway, as you've been briefed already. So we're submitting to Senator Butler's office, so we're excited about that. We've also attended several meetings with with the new work group on legislative affairs and developing a charter to further advance some of the efforts there. Also attended several meetings with numerous of your districts. I won't go into detail there, but some of those included the CCC meeting. Also attended this last week in a pancake breakfast in South County and meeting some of the community members there. And that's some of the output of some of Supervisor Schofield's work. And just moving forward and working through our team and developing our budget together and all of those components. So that's really it.
Thanks for the update, Jeff. Any board members have clarifying questions for Allison or Jeff? No? Okay, thanks. We'll go ahead to board member announcements. Heidi, it looks like you have a list there. Would you like to kick us off? Thank you.
Sure. Mostly I've just had a whole series of meetings with staff on a number of issues to be updated. One is on the ranch house. One is was on the fire department reorg issues. We had one budget subcommittee meeting already. One on South Yuba initiative, on Hobart, on our master rec plan, and on our resource inventory. So lots of things moving, and just was getting updated on where those all are. In addition, we had our monthly mental health board meeting, which continues to be incredibly informative, talking a little bit about how we're moving forward with some of the changes that are coming down to mental health and behavioral health. And just want to remind people that that meeting is open to the public if you're interested in finding out how much work is going on and what kind of work is going on there. And we're also all continue to be interested in board members there. We had this fantastic women's tea last week, which first time event. We had, I think, over 100 people attend, and we gave out 3 awards. It was a very uplifting and positive experience, and I want to thank Lisa Swarthout, my colleague, and Allison Lehman for working on that, initiating that. I hope we continue to do that. Let's see, I had a public lands call, staying on top of what's going on with NACO and public lands. No immediate news there, although it does look like legislation was passed to continue the PILT funding. So that's good news. And then finally, we had a CSAC board meeting. The CSAC is going to continue to work on the at-home initiative to keep working to making sure counties are understanding what's being required of them and making adjustments potentially as needed. And they're doing that as a whole, as a body. That's one of their top priorities. And I'm happy to announce that they're looking at establishing an ad hoc on fire insurance at CSAC that needs to go through the officers, but had a couple of conversations about that last week, and that should help us with our work to try to get some resolution to the fire insurance crisis. And I'm sure I forgot something, but I will leave it at that. Thank you.
All out there. Thank you. Supervisor Swarthout?
I have a pretty short list. So I attended the Economic Resource Council board meeting last week on behalf of Supervisor Schofield, and there was a great presentation from the Arts Council about their economic study that they are moving forward with. And actually, there's a meeting tomorrow in Nevada City Hall to go over the results of their study that was done, and I believe it's open to anybody who's interested in, I'm looking at Heather because she's part of it, anybody who's interested in the arts and economic strategies that are going on. Last Tuesday evening, I attended the St. Piran's Day pasty toss. I'm sorry, Allison, I can't recall. Did you win or did you lose the pasty toss?
I lost, and training started already for next year.
Yes. I hid in the crowd so that I successfully avoided having to do it, because I lost every single year when I competed for the city of Grass Valley. So, but it's a great event to honor the Cornish heritage of Grass Valley and their sister city relationship with Bodmin. It had actually a pretty good crowd. So the dogs enjoyed eating the pasties after they got smashed onto the ground. They are filled with dog food, so they are healthy. They are. They're filled with dog food, yes. And then I also attended the women's tea on Friday afternoon, and it was a great success. Thank you to all that participated and helped put it on. It was really incredible that we have so many successful, dynamic women in our community, and the opportunity to be in a room with all of them and honor a few of them was really tremendous. So thanks to all that pulled that together.
Thanks for the update. Supervisor Schofield?
I've actually been out of the area. Artie, I think I'm going to pass on this one.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Hook?
Thanks, Chair. I know it's kind of, I think we just did this last week, so I don't have a whole lot except for, one, the women's tea was amazing. I was humbled to be in a room with so many women that have such a, they've been encouraging passion, love for this community that work there. So really, really enjoyed that. And just want to thank all the electeds and the board members that actually put that on. It wasn't a county event. Just these gals all get together and made it very special. And I hope it's something we can continue to do over the years. So Lisa, it was a beautiful, the room was just stunning. It was a beautiful spring kind of day. So I want to thank you for that. So I've had some really good meetings with some constituents. I met with a constituent today looking at co-housing for seniors, and really interesting. It was great to be able to have a place to send him to meet with Kimberly and Gil Matthews, so economic development as well as ERC. I had a good meeting with the Recreation Ad Hoc Committee, just looking over and reviewing our master plan. I went to the Deputy Sheriff Association dinner on Saturday. What a wonderful turnout for people supporting our Deputy Sheriff's Association. They had it over at the Elks Building, and it was a sold-out event. It was great to share that evening with them. I also went to the South County breakfast. It's exciting to see community come together in our areas. And I loved how they worked that through Ed's MAC, is they had all these presentations up of all the activities that are happening in South County. And there were a lot of people who had a lot of questions. They didn't realize some of those events were going on. And it was just a real way to bring back camaraderie in a community. I love that. I would love to see Penn Valley do ours again. And our little Rough and Ready breakfast is building that way. And it's just a way for you to come and know your neighbor and see what's going on instead of waiting at that last minute. Let's see. I also was on, I'm on the Rural Counties Representatives of California. And we had a ledge call last week. It always it's overwhelming to see how many bills are coming and working through the process that affect rural counties. And we'll hear a little bit about that today. Also, I had a meeting I'm on the Rural Counties Representative Williamson Act Ad Hoc Committee, and we had our second meeting and met with Chris Shearing from Nevada County, or from California State Farm Bureau, and just had some overview of where things are moving in the state. Went to a regular Farm Bureau meeting to kind of update what's going on with the county. And probably about another 7 or 8 different constituent issues over the last week or two that have been really helpful with them bringing ideas to me and me being able to explain what happens in the county. So that's about all for me.
A lot going on. Thank you for sharing that, Sue. I was just going to start. I'm going to be pretty brief, but I did. I got off of LAFCO, and Supervisor Swarthout's now our LAFCO representative. So it's been an honor to serve on LAFCO, and I learned a lot. I know you're going to do great on that. Good group of people and a lot of long-standing tenure with LAFCO. We're getting ready to go to CivicWell, which is a policymakers summit. Really looking forward to it. A lot of climate change and resiliency objectives are going to be described there from people all over the nation, so we're looking forward to that. Sue and I had a meeting on the recreation objective, looked at some of the draft format of the final plan, which I'm really impressed with. The consultant team and our staff is doing an excellent job, and I think that's coming forward here pretty quick to the full board. We had a meeting on climate resiliency ad hoc. I'm going to chip in on our CRC grant submittal. I don't know what you call it, interview panel. So hopefully we'll work through that to enhance our veterans halls. It's a grant we submitted before, and we actually are in the final selection process. I'm really excited about that. Sizable grant to do some capital infrastructure improvement on those buildings. We have a Fire Safe Council meeting this afternoon. As Heidi was describing, we started our budget process, had our first budget subcommittee meeting, had a meeting on Hobart Mills, actually with RCRC and some of the representatives. So I'm looking forward to hearing from RCRC today. They were very helpful. I'm working on a Legacy River Trail enhancement project at the Glenshire Bridge with Rotary. I'm a member of Rotary, and a number of us are getting together to work with the county and other groups to enhance the parking area there at Glenshire and connect it to the trail. Many letters of support. I think it's letter of support season from all the other agencies that need letters. So a bunch of those went out in support of a number of initiatives countywide. I met with the Truckee Tahoe Airport District, talking to them about their federal contract tower, building a new tower and maybe some earmark opportunities for them. We had I think it's our third Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee meeting, which is a consortium of the hospital, the town, the county, and many other people involved in homeless services in Eastern County. The goal is to work toward a warming shelter solution, then also a long-term solution for homeless services in Eastern County. And then we had a good meeting with VTT and the Chamber of Commerce and Kimberly Parker on our economic development plan, working through the questions we had on the draft and hopefully getting toward a final deliverable for the board presentation here in a couple weeks. So with that, we have a timed item at 10 a.m. I'm going to close this portion of our agenda, and we are going to, does that timed item have to actually occur at 10 o'clock? It's a public hearing, I believe.
It is. So we have a couple of options. We have the school district presentation. Superintendent Scott Lay's here. So I recommend moving that forward. And then we also could do the staff report on ARPA funding.
Okay, great. Scott, are you ready, prepared? Sure, why don't we do a quick bio break now? Okay. And then we'll go ahead and, Scott, we can take your presentation now then, right after a quick bio break. Does that work? Thank you. We'll be back in 5. Okay, this is a community presentation. This is from our Chief of Staff, Jeffrey Thorsby. This is a resolution proclaiming the month of March 24th as Youth Art Month in Nevada County. And our Nevada County Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Scott Way, is here to present that. With that, I'll turn it over to you and Mr. Way. Jeff?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the board, of course, Jeff Thorsby, your Chief of Staff. And it really is just my esteemed pleasure to get to introduce Mr. Scott Lair, Nevada County Superintendent of Schools. Of course, as you mentioned, bringing forward a resolution today before you for your consideration, proclaiming Youth Art Month for March 24. And I'll just say, Scott is an amazing leader in our community and for our children, and really appreciate all the work you do, sir. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Good morning. Chair Bullock, thank you for having me, members of the Board of Supervisors and staff. I'm always love coming and speaking in March about art, what's going on in Nevada County, and then the culmination with ice cream today from 4 to 5. So come on down. I have one for each of you, and we'll make sure you get it. We're doing individual cups this year, so we don't have any workers' comp claims for carpal tunnel syndrome. So we've made progress. So excited about this month in March. Like I said, this is my update here, what's going on in our schools. So I'd like to give you a broad overview, and always encourage you to do a visit to any of the schools that are in your district to go see what's happening, not only in arts, but in all the other academic and athletic curriculum that's happening there. So first off, kind of going, the big things we've got is Prop 28. That was huge when it was passed, very helpful for schools. They actually just got their allotments of money in about a month or so ago, found out what it's going to be, and like most of these, it's not as much as you hoped. So we're helping our schools work with that, being creative on how to bring in either art teachers, art docents, those type of thing that meets the letter of the law. One thing we are finding in California is, as art was cut in the past, a lot of people aren't out there with art degrees and are ready available to work in our schools. So there is a pinched pipeline there, and that's why we're working with the Arts Council, with others, to find these creative ways to make sure we're getting the arts into the schools through Prop 28. Nice thing about it being a proposition is it won't be cut in the governor's budget at the May revise, so that's a real positive thing for arts. A couple other things, we still have money from the 2022 Budget Act for arts, music, and instructional materials, and that's great. Schools have been using that wisely. Different ways, a new one you may or may not be familiar with is what we call ELOP, which is the Extended Learning Opportunities Program, and that is something we're working and mixing up with Prop 28 to offer more art classes, art programs after school, during the summer, during some intersessions, and that's been very popular. And what's nice is it's customized for each one of our schools in the county, so it's not a one-size-fits-all. They've each got their own thing going on. So some great programs going on here. And then we have the art framework that came out in 2020. A couple things that guide us here in California. We've now got the California Preschool Learning Foundations, which does have art included in it. Like I said, the 2020 Arts Framework, the 2019 California Art Standards, California Career Tech Ed. And then in Nevada County, I've mentioned in the past, we did our own strategic arts plan that ran from 2020 to 2025, which had buy-in from students, teachers, community members, administrators on how and what we wanted to do with art in the future. We've just sent out to reconvene that group, save the dates, and so we're going to be updating that for the foreseeable future to make sure we're still on the right path for arts in our schools. Going through it, we always talk about the importance of arts. I think, as you probably look back on your own academic careers, there's always an art program, whether it be presentations, dance, poetry, artwork, sculpture, whatever, that you probably remember very fondly. And for some kids, that's the main reason they come to school, is for that. So we want to keep that going. We know from the Ford's World Economic Forum article the importance of arts, the creativity, so many skills in the arts are what people are looking for in business, is that creativity, think outside the box, reach there. The only thing that we don't see in schools anymore is something I remember fondly making was an ashtray for my grandmother and grandfather in my art class. I think it was in 3rd grade, and I brought it up to Factory Street here in Nevada City, and I think we now have coins in it and keys, but we don't do the ashtrays anymore in the schools. That has been cut. Going through it, the other great thing about art is to introduce different cultures through art. It's something that I love to do as a teacher, to expose students to what is out there. It opens their mind to see, and so much history of cultures is through art. So something we bring where we combine social studies and art in our curriculum. Daily music, we not only do classical music, we do country music, we do jazz, we do all types, and it's really exciting to watch kids who thought they hated any other type of music but pop music to go, wow, I really like that, and become engrossed in it, and to experience it. It's nice to open their eyes. Doesn't mean they have to love it the rest of their life, but it's really good to have an understanding of the music. Benefits we've got here, comprehensive arts education creates that school culture, sense of community. We live in such an amazing area, Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, for arts. It just fits right into our lifestyle here in Nevada County. We know well-rounded arts education improves student attendance. One thing we're seeing really right now is post-COVID is art as a therapeutic tool. We still have learning loss. We still have some emotional distress from students. And art is one of the ways that's helping us move forward with that. So not only, you look at mental health, but art fits right in with it moving forward. Some things going on in the county. We've got our STEAM Expo. It will be virtual this year. It's one of the things that's coming off of COVID. We haven't been able to pull it in person. We're still trying to build that momentum. But we had a lot of students participate last year, and we want to make sure they have that opportunity today. We're one of the few counties that goes beyond the STEM Expo and includes the A to make it a STEAM Expo, to have arts in there. So there will be arts judging as well as science and math. And that is going to be in the spring. We've sent all the flyers out to all the schools and to all the students. Arts education for educators. Super important. The end of last year, June, we did Be the Spark, where we brought 55 educators together for a full day of arts training to prep them for this school year. We've then done several follow-up opportunities, just had one last week through my office, where we continue to build that work and what they can do coming up, and we have a few more planned as we move to the end of the school year so they can start prepping for the 24-25 school year. Different things here we've got that we're partners with, talking about schools. Like I said, there's been a little bit of a problem finding qualified arts teachers, but several schools have got creative where they'll hire one person through 3 different districts or 3 different school sites, so they have that person who can teach art, all facets of art. Our partnerships, of which you guys are one of those here with our Young at Art in the Hallways, different ones, Music in the Mountains, In Concert Sierra, Center for the Arts, Art Docent Programs, our library, Sierra College, and lots of individuals supporting arts. It's a great community. And we meet regularly with our local Nevada City Arts Council to find out where do we have common ground, what can we do to help out, how can we combine different funding opportunities to create a richer opportunity for our students. This picture I always like to put in, it's one of my favorite ones here. It's when we do the Link Up, which is a recorder concert with Carnegie Hall, where the kids are playing, and at the same time, they're watching a live presentation. I will say the first time the kids get the recorders together, you probably don't want to be in the room, but by the time they get here, they sound really, really good, and it's really fun to watch. Something that we had the arts with was our Latino Family Festival. We've now had 2 of those, 22 and in 23, and we've got the plans for this year where we combine arts and the Latino population in our county. Great event to have. In Concert Sierra, they did a concert here in just about a month ago for our students in 3rd grade. Kids loved that. And then, of course, what we're doing here, we've got that up in the hallway upstairs, which is really fun to see the art from the students. I love the different interpretations of a topic and how each grade level or each class will interpret it different, and then within that class, what they see in it. It's just great, you know, when the kids are doing it without boundaries and they can just put down what they feel is right. We also help participate in the Nevada County Reads, and that's this year's book. And moving on, we have an art docent program, a very strong art docent program where we have 50 volunteers, 1 lead teacher, and 1 on-site teacher at each one of the schools that participate. It's a great program. Volunteers are trained up. Then they go through each genre of art, and then the students get to then do an art lesson that's associated with it. Different variety of publications and productions going around here in the Grass Valley, Nevada City area. It's like I said, we're lucky with our 3 cities, Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, of the arts in our community, where our students are able to participate and be exposed to so much we have going on. And then the last thing I have is just some testimonial from different students. You can read them about why art is so important in our school. And like I said at the beginning, sometimes that is what keeps that student coming to school, is the art class, and they're willing to put up with the other stuff as long as they get to do their art. And you know, that's our goal, to get everybody through high school and then succeed where they need to succeed, and make sure we've educated them to the best of our ability. So with that, questions from any Board of Supervisors members?
Yeah, anybody have questions for Scott? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Great.
I have some, but I'll be last. Go ahead, Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. I always love this presentation. It's thrilling to see how much is going on. And I think actually the In Concert Sierra Kids concert is still coming up for this year in March 18th, I believe it is. So that should be exciting. I just have a question about instruments. So how many schools are providing instruments now? Is that coming back for people and bands? And
I know it is on the top of the list to get that. One of the problems is finding those credentialed music teachers, as I mentioned. Right. It's amazing how many instruments are at all our schools as you go around that they've collected over the years, they've had donated over the years. Okay. One of the simplest, obviously, is recorders. They're cheap, you don't need to maintain them. But there is a good selection of the larger instruments. Most schools do have the pianos, keyboards, and then a lot of the districts I go to do have a band of some sort. It may not be as big as the Grass Valley Band at Gilmore. They've got a great music program there, but they usually have a small program going on to introduce students to a variety of instruments.
okay, but it's the staff that's the bigger problem now.
It is right now. Oftentimes, you know, at schools, you'll have somebody there who champions it. It could be a music teacher, so one of the staff members. When you go outside that, it can be a little trickier, but that's when we're helping schools, you know, kind of be that clearinghouse of information at my office, and then working with the Nevada County Arts Council to find people so schools have them.
Yeah, thank you. I know, I mean, I know all the carts were cut back a while back, but I still harken back to when I got to start with instruments in elementary school, and that was huge. That was huge to be able to have a peer group and be exposed to all of that, and I would love to see that come back completely, where every elementary school has that ability. So anything I could do to help on that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but this is one of my favorite presentations that come a year, and having the pictures in the hallway and having kids that have gone through the program and seeing what that's done. I just, for fun, one of my granddaughters, I guess it just kind of struck me the day how much she learned in her class when she just moved into her own little house, and she painted all of her cupboards and did all this freehand artwork. And I said, well, where did you get that? And she brought back a teacher from Clear Creek. And I thought that was very enlightening to me that she had really comprehended something that far along and had kept using it. And the taste in her art hanging in her house. And so even from those real young ages, it really does make an impact. And I think that's so important. I love that we do this, and I'm glad that there's some prop money that we know is going to keep coming back, because we're all concerned about what's going to happen in our schools. Education is so important. We always wonder why that is even ever a thought of having a cut. So I love what you do. I can't wait to go look at all of the pictures. I could spend hours just going down there every time I see something different. And please let all the staff know how much we do appreciate that, and our kids do, because we think of art, we think of drawing, but it's not. I mean, still have a Malmac plate that the kids made me in the 3rd grade, where they did the paint on the plastic plates, and I still have them. How do you part with those? There's some things you just can't get rid of that have to stay around forever. And I don't think I have my ashtray anymore, but I do remember making it. So thank you to everyone that does this, to all the community members that are engaged in this with the music, the arts, the dance. It's just incredible. And I would encourage anybody to go out and see some of the activities that do happen, the plays. There's just so much to do. Center of the Arts, there's something always. So thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Scott, great presentation. I think one of the things that kind of stuck in my mind on your presentation was the fact that if you haven't had these courses for a while, suddenly you don't have the instructors. I hadn't thought of that, and there is so much that's no longer offered. And I know you were saying you're looking at creative ways. So, I mean, does a person have to be a credentialed teacher? Because we know there are many, many art folks out there.
Right. If it's in the classroom, usually yes, if it, to be an art teacher. So where we're being creative is one of the slides had the ELOP, the Extended Learning Opportunity Programs. That's a place where we're able to bring in community members who are highly skilled and would make fantastic art teachers. They just don't happen to have that degree after their name. And so in that setting, we can bring them in, use them to build an art program. And that's been very successful.
Well, let's hope that with the new implementation, you'll have more folks coming in. So that's great. And what you're saying, we want to get them through school. It isn't just the arts either. I mean, it's sports and it's all the other curricular activity that is so helpful. So, and I appreciate the work you're doing, Scott. And I do want to say, I always love the art that's in the hallways up there, but I want to say also to Allison, I really appreciate the fact that Nevada County and the Root Center is becoming an art area. It's pretty impressive what you can see as you're walking down the halls. We might think about things we can do within the main hall where we come down, where we always have the art, but then when that comes down, it disappears. And I guess one other thing I wanted to mention, when you've got those really great art projects, encourage them to put them in the Nevada County Fair. I mean, it's really a winning opportunity for everybody. Thanks, Scott.
Sure, thanks.
That's a good idea.
Lisa?
So no questions. Just I really appreciate all the work that you do that goes into this. You know, it used to be back in the day when we were young. We just went to school and there was art classes and they just magically appeared, and that all, you know, obviously went away. And so our education system has had to find better and more creative ways to continue to have art in the schools, and I'm very appreciative of it. I look around our community, I see not just every weekend anymore, but almost every single day of the week, there's some artistic event that you can attend, whether it's a dance recital, a live music show, an art gallery opening. You know, it's just, we have an incredible wealth of art in our community, and I credit a lot of that to sustaining it and keeping it viable in the schools. So thanks for all you do. I look forward to continued working with the school districts with the Center for the Arts, being one of the collaborative partners. I believe it was in January or February, they produced Mean Girls, which was all student performance. It was one of the most successful shows that we've done. in our new theater. So it was really encouraging to see that the kids want to do it and that people want to come and see them. So thanks for all that you do.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for presenting. There's so much content in this slide deck covering so many different areas that you have to get transmitted to the students through the teachers. And I just had a couple of quick questions. And because you put it in there, the chronic absenteeism, is that getting better?
It's getting slightly better.
Is it?
Yeah, it really, we took a hit after COVID.
Sure, I've heard that.
Yeah, it was interesting. Attitudes change. Like, yeah, we're going to Disneyland for a couple weeks. You know,
That's
we
cool.
don't want to do independent study. That'll get in the way. So, you know, things that we used to do beforehand. And so this is one of the draws where, you know, it's the kids wanting to stay. They want to come to school.
They want to come to school,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's the positive, wanting to build that up. They don't want to miss. And
Yeah.
art, you know, art, sports, maker spaces, those type of things, those are huge.
Yeah, it was the other questions I had were exactly what you were just describing, which we grew up in the expeditionary learning school environment with my children. But can you use are field trips expensive and hard to do? Or because it's kind of like kids would stay in, because we have this arts and culture around us so much.
Busing is usually the issue.
The issue.
Yeah. If, you know, the only school district that has a bus is Union Hill. They have 2 buses. The rest, we go through Durham.
Mhm.
And so it's available drivers. There's been a shortage of drivers, and then it is expensive for short distances.
So
that is a hindrance sometimes.
So if somebody were to fund or enhance student learning of field trips related to art, you would start with the transportation
Yeah.
piece? Okay.
Yes, and we work a lot with that, trying to get, you know, a good deal for the schools, and you
Yeah.
know, try to find some grant money so we can cover busing to get students to these different programs. You know, as you mentioned, Mean Girls, or you know, the different things going on in our community. You know, there's watching a play with students in it is so inspiring for students.
Oh, I
So,
bet. I
Yeah,
can
so
only
trying to get
imagine.
them there. So we do work on that, but sometimes they just don't have extra bus drivers.
Mhm. Yeah, capacity.
Yeah.
I was going to ask also Curious Forge and then Makerspace in East County. Do they play a role in helping the schools?
They do.
Some-
Curious Forge offers field trips, so we've been able to send some kids out there to be inspired with that amazing space out there.
Yeah.
And there's almost every school has a makerspace.
Oh, they do.
Which
They
is
have them
great.
in the school.
It's
interesting.
amazing. They're all slightly different, which is great. They have their own personalities and flavor. But you go around, Chicago Park has one, Nevada City, you go down to Ready Springs. So there's more of them than not. We'll put it that way.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I know there's a few people here that want to speak, and so we'll go ahead and open up public comment. And Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on the line?
We have no callers, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to open up public comment here in the board chambers, and we have our first speaker.
Hey, good morning, Supervisors. Heather Heckler with Nevada County Arts Council. Just want to thank Superintendent Scott Lay for the amazing partnership with the Arts Council to bring arts into our schools. As you probably know, we have about 9 teaching artists who are instructing over 1,000 students every week in our schools to really fill that gap that we've seen. I personally am the product of an amazing arts education here locally. I wouldn't be who I am today without it. And so it's really important that we continue to support arts education. It really builds those soft skills, right? So communication, collaboration, and teamwork, creative thinking and problem solving, the iterative process, trying something, failing, trying again, making something better. And I've built lifelong friendships based on my education in the arts. And also just a quick shout out to Nancy Jackson from Superintendent of Schools Office, who is the person who coordinates all of that amazing art in your hallway. And just want to thank you guys for your continued support for the arts. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Michael Taylor, District 1. Mine's short. Scott, I just wanted to also iterate that I think it was Ed Schofield said how nice it is to be able to see the art coming down the hallway. And my daughter had her art hanging there, and she was very proud to be able to hold my hand and take me up and show me where her art was on the wall. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Any other comments here in the board chambers? Anybody else online for us?
No, Chair.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for any final comments, questions? Okay. I will go ahead and entertain a motion to support this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Motion passes. Scott, thank you again. And I'll mention in closing for those in East County, if you ever want to see rotating art, the Truckee Tahoe Airport has a rotating art exhibit, and they have a different artist. I think at least it was monthly. I think maybe it's quarterly now, but a lot of wall space and a bunch of different artists. So if you ever look for a field trip, you could do airplanes, aviation, STEM, and art.
Nice.
Thank you again, Scott.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to move into our timed item. This is a public hearing. Item number 16. I'm looking at two different clocks. That one says 9:15, which Martin has astutely figured out is not the accurate time. We're going to move into our scheduled item, 10 a.m. item 16. This is with Brian Foss as a public hearing to do two things. First part is consider the amendments to the Williamson Act contract to remove a parcel previously included in the contract following change of ownership. That's PLN 23-0172, WAC 23-0001. The remaining subject parcel is 54.67 acres with agricultural exclusive zoning. It is used for cattle grazing and is proposed as an agricultural preserve. Part B is to consider approval of the Williamson Act contract, PLN 23-0177, WAC 23-0002. The parcel is previously included in a Williamson Act contract, and the new owner is requesting a new contract following change of ownership. Subject parcel is 116.46 acres with agricultural exclusive zoning, is used for cattle grazing, and is proposed as an agricultural preserve. Project location is 12515 Personini Lane, and that's Nevada City, California, APN 004021005, and 14634 Bitney Springs Road in Nevada City, APN 052030026. No new parcels will be added under contract, nor will any parcels be removed from the contract. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. Good morning, Supervisors. Brian Foss, Planning Director, and with me is Marie Maniscalco, an Associate Planner in our office, and she is the planner on this project, and will be giving you the staff report and the presentation this morning. I'll turn it over to Marie.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Marie Maniscalco. I'm an Associate Planner here at the Nevada County Planning Department. We've gone over a lot of the important details, even just in the project description, but here is our presentation on these two projects. As described by Chair Bullock, the two projects take place at 12515 Personini Lane in Nevada City and 14634 Bitney Springs Road, also in Nevada City. These two projects are currently under the same contract. However, one of the parcels has been sold to a new owner. So these actions today are to amend the existing contract to remove one of the parcels and then take that parcel and put it into a new contract. There is no net change to the Williamson Act acreage or parcels. A little bit of history on the Williamson Act. It first came into effect in 1965 with the California Land Conservation Act. It was adopted in Nevada County in 1975 and continued to have some amendments through 94. It enables local governments to enter into contracts with private landowners to preserve land for agricultural uses. Some of the benefits of the Williamson Act include lower annual property tax assessments for landowners. It includes open space preservation, diversification of the economy, and ensures local food resources. It comes with a 10-year term with automatic renewals. In order to qualify for a Williamson Act contract, parcels have to be zoned agricultural exclusive, general agricultural, or timber production zone. There needs to be a minimum capital outlay outlay for agricultural improvements of $15,000 and $3,000 gross profit each year. They also come with a conservation or agricultural production plan. Here are the two parcels that we'll be talking about today. As you can see, they're both located off Bitney Springs Road. The Mora Gates parcel is 54.67 acres with agricultural exclusive zoning. It was originally enrolled in the Williamson Act in 1976 and is currently used to finish beef cattle for market. It qualifies for capital outlay, gross revenue, and also has an agricultural production plan supported by the UC Cooperative Extension Services. These are some photos of the property that show the improvements, including ponds, fencing, and irrigation. The other parcel is located at 14634 Bitney Springs Road. It's just over 116 acres and is also zoned agricultural exclusive. It was also originally enrolled in the Williamson Act in 1976 and can support up to 26 animal units. This parcel also qualifies for capital outlay, gross revenue, and an agricultural production plan supported by the UC Cooperative Extension Services. Again, we have some photos here of some of the pasture land as well as some of the irrigation improvements that have been made on this parcel. On January 17th of this year, we took this project along with Chris Denai, the Agricultural Commissioner, to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, who voted 9-0 in support of approving this amended contract for Mora Gates and a new contract for Beauchamp. These projects are also consistent with the general plan under Objective 16.8 and Policy 16.13. These projects are exempt from CEQA under Section 15317, which is specifically for open space contracts and even names the Williamson Act as an exemption. No comments were received on these projects from the public or other agencies. And with that, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolutions to amend and approve a new contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Pretty straightforward. Supervisor Hook, do you have any questions or clarifications for us?
No, I don't have any questions, but good. Thank you. I appreciate this coming forward. This land has been in the Williamson Act since its inception. It's really not changing anything. What it is preserving and keeping it into agriculture. And that's one of the things we love about this community is we still look at how do we preserve rural communities and our county. And also, it allows for food security. I'm excited to see somebody young moving into this business, as secession is always a big challenge as we move through these processes. And this is actually a form of secession. And it's actually going to give Lily an opportunity to kind of really retire. So there's a lot of work to this. I'm excited for the plans they have for doing some vegetation management on one of the parcels. It's very exciting, which will actually allow them to actually have a few more head of cattle at one time. So yeah, this is one of the things I really do support.
Thanks, Sue. Ed?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the land also. But being a preserve doesn't mean the agricultural activities that are currently happening there, those will remain, correct?
Yes.
That's my assumption.
Yes, those are described in the agricultural production plans that are prepared by the UC Extension Services. And if you have any questions about specific uses, the owners are here as well, and I'm sure would be happy to say more.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's just going to be a preserve, you would ask, well, you need to have some kind of agricultural production or activities going on. So I was just kind of clarifying that. And I think unless they want to say something differently, I'm assuming that. That's good.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, they'll have to show a $3,000 gross profit from agricultural activities on an annual basis.
Yeah. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, this is great. I'm happy for Lily, Marie, and excited that we're continuing this tradition of keeping them in the Williamson Act and then adding a parcel to that. So this is actually really great news. Thanks.
Just a quick question. I as well support it, but the staff report describes a supplemental assessment process, and that happens to describe the foregone tax revenue, and then it still comes back to the tax waiver amount. Just curious the mechanics of that.
I'm not especially familiar with how the assessor's office handles these. I know that they are reassessed at sale, but they're assessed at a value that is specific to agricultural production, and so it comes in less than a typical tax assessment.
Commensurate with the use of the property.
Correct.
Okay, great. I don't have any other questions. Support it. We'll go ahead and open up public comment. Madam Clerk, is there anybody online?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. Anybody in the chambers like to make public comment regarding this public hearing on the Williamson Act?
Lily Marie Mora. Thank you so much to the board and especially the staff of the planning department just helping us, and then Chris also from the Ag Commissioner. Everybody has been so helpful, and to understand that we are getting older and we need to find new legacies sometimes. So we totally appreciate the support and taking care of our ranch. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mora. Any other comments?
So, Chair, I'd just like to say, though, too, this is a historic ranch that's been in our community. The Personinis came here way back when. And so it's preserving a piece of our history as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of property. No question about it. Glad you're taking care of it and doing something productive with it. Seeing no additional comments, I would entertain a motion and a second to support this. I do believe A and B motion. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's correct. 2 motions.
First, we're going to close the public hearing, and then I'll entertain a motion on item A.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item A.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. And I'll entertain a motion on item B.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you very much. Just looking to make sure our Chief of Staff, Mr. Thorsby, are we ready for the RCRC presentation? It's a little ahead of schedule, but Marianne's here. Hi, Marianne. Welcome. This is item 18. This is Supervisor Hook, informational presentation from Marianne Warmerdam, Senior Vice President of the Rural County Representatives of California. And I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Hook to open us up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Marianne, for being here today. Marianne is the Vice President of our Senior Vice President of Rural County Representatives of California, who I sit on the board along with 40 other supervisors in California. And we represent, boy, it is crazy how much land is in there, about 5.5 million residents and about 60% of the state's land mass. So it's really interesting. And what I like is comes from our area, but all the way down on the coastal range. It really, it envelops lots of different communities that have rural issues. So I'm really excited for you to bring this up and have this presentation and show us really what's going on with rural counties and give us that high overview. So thanks for being here today, Marianne.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you all for inviting me. It's always good to get out of Sacramento and visit one of our member counties, so appreciate the invitation. Thank you, Supervisor Hook. As was said, my name is Marianne Warmerdam. I'm with RCRC. We appreciate your membership. We do represent you and 39 of your fellow rural counties. As Supervisor Hook said, all the way from Imperial County to the far north along the Oregon-Nevada border. So here we are. Do I need to forward this or? Very good. So I was asked to talk a little bit about our strategic plan and what we're all about. When our current president, Patrick Blacklock, came on board about 3 years ago now, he helped guide us through an updated strategic plan. I guess, truth be told, we hadn't had an updated strategic plan in some time, so it was a very healthy exercise. And if nothing else, it helped us as a staff think through what is of greatest import to you as our member counties, and where can we provide the greatest benefit for the resources that we have available. So we took the time, we came up with 4 primary areas. I will just note that particularly the first 3 you see here, equitable access, impactful advocacy, and healthy communities, really there's a lot of cross-pollination across all of these areas. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but even though it looks like we've siloed it a little bit, the opportunity to work across these areas is just built into the program of work that we do. I also want to, in addition to Supervisor Hook, who represents you ably on our board, I want to do a quick shout out to Mr. Thorsby. He is the kind of county staff that makes our work so much more impactful. It is with folks like Jeffrey that we get the kind of detailed information and the data to really give life to some of the policy issues that we take on. So thank you for making Jeffrey available to us. We try not to overtax his time. We may do so from time to time, and I beg your indulgence when we do so. I'd also like to point out, so thank you, Jeffrey. I'd also try to point out, or would like to point out, that we try to keep all of these areas of focus in some sort of equal pace so that one doesn't outpace the other, but that we try to give equity to all of those areas, knowing how important they are to you, our member counties. So let me just take a step up for a minute. This is the big picture of who we are. Probably you've seen this before, and I don't want to bore you with some of the details, but RCRC has a number of affiliates. RCRC itself has 4 divisions: government affairs, economic development, business development, administration, and finance. You probably hear the least about admin and finance, except once a year when our budget comes up. But it's what grounds us, keeps us going, gives us the assets in the right places to keep our work funded. Government affairs, economic development, and business development are the areas I'd like to spend a little bit more time today, and happy to answer questions as they come up. As I mentioned, a lot of the work that we do is through our affiliates. RCRC is largely, not exclusively, but largely advocacy and economic development. With that said, we've got Golden State Finance Authority and NHF. Both of those focus more broadly on housing, and I'll give a little more detail in a moment. RCRC's ESJPA is where we talk waste management, or as one of my colleagues says, we talk trash all the time. And in that space, I'd like to call out, I believe it's David Garcia on your staff, who has been an invaluable resource to our team as we think through how to make use of and make sense of some of these policy objectives. Probably the most notable is the organics bill, SB 1383, which has been, let's say, the bane of our existence. But it's less painful when we have people like Mr. Garcia to provide guidance. Our newest affiliate, in the sense that it's really been brought back from a comatose state, is Rural Alliance, Inc. And this is an investment made by our board to really put some funding and energy into 2 areas: education and research, not advocacy. I want to make it very clear. This is all about developing the data to support various policy issues that we advocate on your behalf, And then secondly, we are working to stand up an educational tour. Our legislative host is Senator Alvarado Gil, and she will be leading a group of some half dozen or so of her colleagues into the Yosemite area. Mariposa and Merced counties are the host counties for this exercise. And it's in the intent of this to bring this half dozen or so urban, largely Democratic members with no sense of who rural California might be. And we're very excited. We've gotten good feedback so far. And it's our hope that this will just give them a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what makes the rural economy work. And we're going to showcase that against Yosemite. Everyone loves Yosemite. They think it just happens. Well, as you all know, places like Yosemite don't just happen. You need the baristas, you need the service personnel to make it happen and make your experience good. So RAI is focused on that kind of work, and the board will be looking at different areas of policy focus to provide not only the educational opportunities, but also the research opportunities. And most recently, we've worked with CSU Sacramento on a housing project to try to get our arms around the needs of rural California and housing. I can go into that if there's interest, but in the interest of time, I want to move next to Golden State Connects Authority, and that is all about broadband deployment, and we're very excited. We believe we'll have groundbreaking for our first project in late fall of 2024, and that really makes our board very happy. Finally, I'd like to touch on Golden State Natural Resources. It is our forest resiliency affiliate, and you may have seen in some of the RCRC report outs that this is the project that it is keyed in on taking the overburden out of the forests, and at least at this point, we're looking at it, penalizing it, and making that available as a drop-in replacement for those areas who are now dependent upon coal-fired furnaces, like Japan and Poland, who would like to convert to a more sustainable energy source. And it's not a forever source, but it's more of a bridge source to move off of coal into something that's more sustainable and has a better climate profile, which they like because it helps them meet their obligations under the Paris Climate Accord. Again, I can talk a little bit more about that if there's an interest, but not seeing any. Let me move on.
I'd like to hear more about the pellet project.
Certainly.
Thanks.
So we are moving into the distribution or the release of a draft EIR, hopefully later this spring. And it really looks at not only the source material for these pellets, but also looks at the opportunities to take advantage of our 25-year master stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. We've made it very clear the guidelines will be very strict. We are not talking about the same sort of plantation approach that you see in the southeast of the United States. We are looking at more selective, appropriate removal of trees and other burden in the forests that create a fuel source that has generated the wildfires that we've seen so devastate our rural communities over the last few years. So it really is looking at taking what some would call a waste product out of the forest and creating a market opportunity for it. We're also looking at biomass and the opportunity down the road to look at hydrogen production. It's also in scope. It's not being discussed as part of the EIR, but it's something that the board has talked about. We also have two site facilities, where we anticipate this work can be done. One is in New Beaver in Lassen County, and the other is in Tuolumne County. And both are being viewed also as economic drivers for those communities to, if not replace, at least to start filling in some of the losses that were created, economic losses that were created when we really stepped back from timber harvest for other policy reasons. So we're trying to bring back in a very sustainable, thoughtful way some economic development that takes advantage of what the forest needs to get rid of. This is material that now is being bunched up on the ground, which if we don't get rid of and can't burn it, will become a part of the fuel load. So we think there's a real opportunity here to do something productive. We've had very good feedback from state, governor's office, natural resources secretary, CDFA secretary, have been very, very interested in seeing this be a success for the reasons that I've just outlaid. And we're also getting some high degree of interest from high levels of the U.S. Forest Service and the USDA Secretary's office. So it's not a done deal. We still have a lot of work to do. We still have to finish out the environmental review process, but we're on a track.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? If not, let me move on to an area I know best, the state and federal advocacy program. As I noted at the outset, we look at a variety of policy areas. I have them listed here. With respect to the energy and the broadband areas, both of those areas do feed into our work in the California Public Utilities Commission. That is a relatively new venue for us. We've been working in front of that venue the last 3 or 4 years. It started out because of some of the concerns over how IOUs were managing or not managing their resources in the forested landscapes and the resulting wildfires that emanated from that. Over the last few years, it has morphed into areas of advocacy involving EPSS, PSPS, as well as energy infrastructure, particularly as we look at a more electrified environment in California. We do need to invest in our energy infrastructure so that we can support that electrification and meet our climate goals. And at this point, we're not there. And so the PUC is the venue which allows us to advocate for those kind of issues. Similarly, in the broadband space, the PUC is responsible for deploying some of the federal monies, and we've been very active in advancing our Golden State Connect Authority program for funding for both the state and the federal funds with some success. Our staff has worked very hard to create those relationships, which, as I said, is a new area for us. Historically, we've worked with the state legislature and regulatory agencies, so this is expanding our horizons, and I think we're getting some good utility out of it, although until we have that first shovel full of dirt turned, it's really a bit too early to say success, but we're feeling pretty positive about what we're hearing at the moment. On the federal side, as you might expect, it's a little bit of a more granular look at some of the federal policies that have a benefit to the state of California. The one that I'm kind of excited about right now is our work under the Farm Bill. We're working with Mr. Lamalfa's office as well as Mr. Valadeo, Mr. Costa, and Mr. Garamendi to change the definition of rural, which drives the population caps in the rural development title of the Farm Bill. You're probably thinking, oh, so why do I care? Well, we care on your behalf because right now, if you have a population center in the county of 20,000, it can be as low as 5,000, but most of the programs have a 20,000 population cap. It means most of our counties are not eligible to apply for some of those rural development funds. And rural development funds is what funds the opportunity for sewer systems, small energy projects, water supply projects, economic development in your counties. So we think increasing that population cap, right now we're saying 50,000, would really expand the universe of communities who could apply for those grants and loans if they're interested. As you might expect, some of our sister states are less enthusiastic about doing that, but nonetheless, we're getting some good traction on a bicameral, bipartisan basis. Bi-coastal, I might add. So we think that there's an opportunity to at least increase that cap as the Farm Bill is being discussed. That probably won't happen to the end of the year, but it's giving us an opportunity to continue to do the logistical work that we need to do to get this across the finish line by the end of the year. The other two areas I did want to call out, from time to time, our board authorizes an ad hoc committee to do a deeper dive against certain subject areas. For this year, these are one-year committees, and they are always led by a member of our officer corps. And this year, Williamson Act and road infrastructure are the two areas that we are focusing on. I'd like to thank Supervisor Houck for her work on the Williamson ad hoc. This is, I don't want to oversell it, but we do think that there's an opportunity to take advantage of some of the changing policy criteria to give the Williamson Act perhaps a more contemporary look. Not change it, just give it a more contemporary look so we can make the argument or strengthen the argument that this program is worth the state refunding. You might remember in about 2008, the state defunded it, but for a $1,000 line item, and that has put the burden on the counties to maintain that program in their counties. The good news is most of our counties did that. The bad news is most of our counties did that, and that relieved the state of a burden that, frankly, they're not real excited about taking on again. So with that, we still want to position ourselves to take advantage of any opening that might present itself to get this program refunded. It does meet a lot of the state's criteria and policy goals, particularly as you look at land under the working landscape rubric. So we think there might be an opportunity, and we're looking for board guidance to make sure that if we identify that policy opportunity, we'll be well positioned to take advantage of it. Secondly, the road infrastructure ad hoc, it is to try to, again, position ourselves, have the policy guidance from our board that allows us to engage as the conversation around how we fund our road infrastructure changes in light of electrified vehicles and increased fuel efficiency and the effect of that on fuel gas tax dollars, and where those dollars are going to come from. And secondly, how are they going to be dispersed? Typically, rural counties have not been in the most advantageous position, and we're hoping to get some additional guidance so that we can strengthen our arguments as it relates to road funding. And in the interests of time, I will move on to the next part of my presentation. This is a little bit of a deeper dive on a couple of our affiliates. I mentioned Golden State Finance Authority and its sister entity, National Home Buyers Fund. Here's some granular information over what the program has provided for residents in Nevada County. I don't need to read it for you, but I thought you might find it interesting to see that it does have some very real effects for the residents in your communities. And likewise, NHF has provided funding for additional residents in your communities as well. And collectively, over the course of the program, we've provided over $1 billion in mortgage financing down payment assistance, and that $1 billion has helped roughly 86,000 families throughout the state of California. So it is a pretty impressive level of improvement for our rural home buyers. And Craig Ferguson and his team lead that, and we every day thank them because, frankly, without the work that they're doing, some of the resources that allow us to do some of the other affiliate work would not be forthcoming. So it's important to keep our eye on this particular program. Here's a larger step up on what GSFA and NHF provide. This is, I think, a very interesting schematic in terms of where the bulk of the work is done and how many of the areas take advantage of this particular program. The one area that I did want to call to your attention is that as of June of last year, we've had 65 county employees take advantage of this program, and as they are trying to purchase a home in their service to your counties. So I think that's a pretty exciting thing. If you haven't looked at it, your county employees haven't taken advantage of it, I encourage you to do so. It has been very well received. This is another program, Golden State Connect Authority. It's one of our newer affiliates. You'll see we have 26 member counties, and it is set into place to take advantage of the historic dollars that are available both through the state and the federal programs. You might remember about 3 years ago, state of California authorized $6.5 billion over the course of several years for broadband deployment. Similarly, we had federal program dollars available, and we've done, I think, a very credible job in positioning ourselves to take advantage of those funds. This program, the deployment of it, is led by Barbara Hayes and her team, and they have been supporting the Golden State Connect Authority Board in trying to identify where the best opportunities are to initially get some of this broadband deployed, particularly the last mile aspect. And that, frankly, has been where we see our best opportunity to play. It's the most expensive opportunity to play, but it's also the least rewarding from the other providers' perspective. So we think that we have a real opportunity there. And Golden State Connect Authority's whole mantra is to provide a municipally owned public access broadband infrastructure. And we're working with a group out of Utah called Utopia. They have done this in several states with a great deal of success. They've been around for 15 years. And like anyone who's looking to stand up a program, why create a new wheel when someone has done it already? So we're working very closely with them. And as I said earlier, we hope to break ground at the end of this year. Here gives you a little more detail. Mr. Chair, you asked about GSNR. This is a little more detail in terms of what I tried to verbally describe to you. You'll see that the Lassen County and the Tuolumne County projects both depend upon a port arrangement. We're looking at the port of Stockton right now as that port of debarkation. And it is large enough for the kinds of ships that would be involved. And we are getting very good feedback from the port of Stockton itself. We are working with representatives of the local environmental justice community in the Port of Stockton area. It is an area that historically has been home to folks at a lower socioeconomic strata, and we're very concerned that we not have these folks feel that they're being overly burdened. We are looking at identifying their concerns and responding to them. We're also working with labor that services that particular port to help identify the number of jobs. They would be labor jobs, so they're quite interested in developing with us a partnership, kind of an agreement, if we can get there. Those conversations have been ongoing. Pat Blacklock, our president, he has met now 3 times with both the environmental justice community in the Stockton area as well as the labor representatives. I will note that we have heard from a couple of environmental groups, notably NRDC and the Center for Biological Diversity. They've raised some areas of concern, which we are trying to be responsive to. Just a personal observation is that some of the objections that are being raised are around taking anything out of the forests. And we may just have a fundamental disagreement on that particular aspect. We believe a sustainable forest and getting to a sustainable forest is dependent upon having material removed out so we can get to those historic levels of, as they say, sticks in the ground. But I did want to note that because they have raised those objections, and I didn't want to overlook that. I mentioned ESJPA. As I said, Mr. Garcia has been very, very helpful in helping us guide, particularly through the organics conversation. This program has been around for a good number of years, and its genesis is initially was to meet some of the hazardous waste material requirements around things like used oil. And over the years, it's expanded. We do encourage all of our counties, once they join RCRC, to take a look at ESJPA. There is some strength in numbers. And to date, we have 27 out of our 40 counties that are engaged in ESJPA. And the focus of ESJPA is to look at providing greater service to our counties, pardon me, and with the end goal of being self-sufficient. Right now, RCRC underwrites the program to the tune of around a couple $100,000 a year, and we would like to see this particular affiliate be self-sustaining. So we're looking at developing a business plan which will allow us to get there. And then last but not least, as I mentioned, RAI, our newest stood-up affiliate, stood up as in being brought from a comatose state to a more active state. And we hope to have our first educational tour this spring. And we are looking at our second research project. The board is looking to approve that at the next board meeting and are likely to, again, work with CSU Sacramento. So with that, Mr. Chair, members, concludes my official comments. Happy to answer any questions or connect you with those on our staff who can.
Excellent. Thank you, Marianne. Yeah, we appreciate it. A tremendous amount of work in a bunch of different policy areas. Many of them, if not all of them, are touching our rural counties, so thank you so much. I do have questions, but I'm going to turn it over. Let's start with you, Sue. Any questions or comments?
No questions, but I always really appreciate the overview. You do such a great job with that, Marianne. The whole staff does there. But even little things, we just had, Tracy Rhines was here at our last meeting to talk about AT&T, because that's really important to our area with the POTS line. So things happen in the moment that isn't even on this list that you guys dive into with rural communities. So that's so important. So I just appreciate it. I mean, look at this. I never knew so much about trash until ESPJ. So I sit on that as well as the, not as a board, as an alternate, I guess I'll say I was an alternate. So I still listen into those. It's amazing what they accomplish in there. And David does do a great job. I want to appreciate that. So anyway, I would open this all up to you folks with the questions. I'm fortunate if I get to sit in on these meetings, which is coming up tomorrow. And then Thursday is
ESJPA.
Yeah, it's on Thursday. So it's a busy week for RCRC.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hook mentioned my colleague Tracy Rhine. Tracy Rhine and Lee Camrich jumped in to AT&T's most recent exercise on COLR and POTS. And they have done an outstanding job in getting the communication out. And I'm just very proud that everyone from Associated Press to Politico has called them, asked them for detail, and and quoted their observations. And, you know, it's the small things in life that give you a bit of reward. It shows that you're making some sort of an effect on this particular policy proposal. And if I might, a point of personal privilege, I was talking to my cousin down in Temecula. She is not a policy geek like I am. And she said, "What's this AT&T thing? I read about it. What are you people doing?" So it gave me an opportunity to talk about what it was. My point being, it's been effective if you're starting to see people like my cousin in Southern California take notice of what this particular initiative on AT&T's part is all about. So thank you for indulging me on that.
Yeah, you bet. We had a good conversation about that topic at our last meeting. Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, no questions, Marianne, but certainly appreciate the work, the efforts from RCRC and how every project you're working on has a dramatic effect here in Nevada County. So thank you for the work you do and your presentation.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Supervisor Hall.
Thank you, Marianne, for coming up. I've had the distinct pleasure of being part of some overlap when I go to NACO when we're advocating in DC. RCRC is always there early, adding on extra days to advocate for issues that affect us directly. And as a CSAC representative, I deeply appreciate the way RCRC can dig into some of those rural areas that we just can't do on CSAC. So it's a really great organization. The work that you guys are doing is tremendous. I know all of it impacts us, and we benefit from all the work you're doing. And I think especially since Pat has come on as executive director?
President, CEO.
President, CEO. That really has taken off and started refocused on the real issues. And so I think we benefit so greatly from your organization, and I'm so glad that Supervisor Hook is so deeply involved. So thank you.
Well, and thank you for that. We do, I'd like to just say, we do try to find opportunities to work in concert with our sister local government entities, whether it's CSAC or Urban County Caucus. There is opportunities for overlap, and then there's also opportunities for each of us to take the lead in areas where we have greatest interest. And then typically, those of us who don't have that particular interest but can find some synergies will just add on to the work that's already being done by our sister entities. So it's a pretty good family to work with.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and all the areas that you're working on. The interesting statistic for me was the fact that, with 40 counties, we represent 60% of the land in California, but only about 12% of California's population, which really puts it in perspective for all of us who are up here trying to legislate and create policy in the rural county environment. It's a struggle. It's frustrating, but it's really great to have RCRC as a partner helping us try to navigate the dealing with the CPUC on this AT&T issue has been very, very interesting, and we just hope in this case that the squeaky wheel is going to get the grease, and we will be able to deliver on keeping AT&T landlines for many of our residents in the rural counties. So thanks for all that you're doing.
Absolutely. We do have a little bit of a disadvantage in the political arena. As I say, some of our counties are as small as Alpine, where if everyone's home that day, they have about 1,200 residents in the county. So it does make it a little more challenging, but it also does create advocacy opportunities. And one of the things that we are trying to build out is how can we collaborate more closely with some of our urban members, because clearly, even if we have every member of the quote-unquote rural delegation, whether it's in Congress or whether it's in the State House, it's not enough to get the job done. So we have to identify ways to work with our counterparts. One of the challenges is sometimes that means we have to take just a little bit less than we're hoping for to make some forward progress. That's the nature of politics. And I think if we don't take advantage of it, we do ourselves, and more importantly, we do you a disservice, because every incremental improvement is an incremental improvement. But yes, Supervisor Mortal, you did point out one of the challenges that we struggle with every day is trying to amplify that rural voice in an arena that's not always as welcoming as we would like.
So that's why I think I'm really excited to see Rural Alliance Incorporate get back going. I think getting that story out, it's really interesting when we have our ledge meetings, when the amount of bills that you all have to go through to see how it's going to affect us, because a one-size-all doesn't fit in rural. And I think there's 200 water bills right now that we just are looking at. And then behavioral health, we go into all these avenues for rural areas. So I'm really excited to see where Rural Alliance Incorporated really could send that message a little more deeply. Love to have them. We did that once with agriculture, and it was moving for them to come. They had no idea. So those kinds of areas, I'm glad we're putting some money back into there. And I work with this amazing staff down there. There's not a day, and Jeff has done a great. And now I have Carissa is being a part of my team that goes down there. So we're looking forward to the work that we continue to do there. The state does know who RCRC is, and then it's very exciting to see what's happening on the national level. So thank you.
Well, and I just want to thank all of you for, again, making yourselves available and your staff. As much as we at the professional level like to think we're doing awesome work on your behalf, it really doesn't make the same impact as having one of you come into Sacramento or come into DC and making that argument. There's something about the elected to elected that does make a difference. We do appreciate that it is a geographic and time constraint, but when we find opportunities and we do reach out to you and you come into Sacramento, for example, it really makes a difference. So thank you on behalf of our staff for being willing to do that.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo. I think most of it's been said, but when you're at NACO, all the rural counties it's like, hey, there are my people. Well, there's all the RCRC people from California. But rural also means resource, so we're up against national counties that have a resource-based economy where recreation and many other things, including resources. So appreciate your advocacy and support of all those initiatives at NACO and CSAC both. I just had a couple of questions about 4 slides back. You talked about the National Home Buyers Program, and you used a B with billion. B with a billion?
Yeah, just over $1 billion over the course of the last, what was it?
Perfect.
35 years.
Okay, great. And then I think it's one more slide back. This one, how can we get that 61K to go up a lot and bring more of those dollars to Nevada County?
So I'm not the subject matter expert. I will certainly take your query home to Craig and his team. My understanding is between NHF and GSFA, we work with realtors and bankers in your communities to spread the word and give them the tools that they need so that when they're working with clients, they can showcase this as an opportunity. So Carolyn Sansari is our marketing person on that, does a really nice job, and I'm happy to have her follow up in terms of how to make our presence in your county more visible.
Yeah, that would be a great opportunity for us to put leverage dollars in, small leverage dollars, to increase marketing for that program, to bring those dollars to our county. So we'd love to work with you on that, I think.
It is a little more challenging environment right now with mortgage interest rates being what they are. And frankly, in California, the home prices being what they are. So it's been, we've had to be a little more creative in terms of how we provide value to those potential clients. But the team is always working, they're scheming constantly in a very good way. So I'll have Carolyn Sansari follow up.
Yeah, we sure appreciate it. Thank you. And then I just wanted to mention, we had our Hobart Mills project, which is a workforce housing development project in Eastern County that we're working on. And we've worked on the Farm Bill and the forestry title within that for administrative leasing privileges, and I think we've made great strides there. But I just want to pass along a thank you to Pat and Arthur, both who called into that and really see an opportunity within the RCRC environment, because every rural town or major regional area has a Forest Service or federal kind of installment of administrative leasing privilege land near there. So I think it's an opportunity for RCRC really to grab onto the workforce housing element through that project. I just want to say thank you for calling in. It's been a big support, and we're looking forward to your support going forward.
Absolutely, and we have added it. I neglected to mention this in our Farm Bill advocacy, extending that language to allow the Forest Service to entertain those opportunities. The statutory provisions are they expired, I believe, in September of last year. And so we are advocating to re-include that, re-up that program. It's so important, not only for the workforce, the U.S. Forest Service, and other public lands employees to have access to that, but to the extent it could add housing, as you're trying to do in Hobart, for those who support the recreation economy in those areas.
Yeah, it's looking, we've spent, and Jeff's been instrumental in bringing that title language forward in the bill, so I think we're headed in the right direction. Thank you again for your support. I know we've got a lot of people who probably want to make public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public commenters on the line?
We do not.
Nope. Anybody in the board chambers would like to comment? Michael?
Hi, Marianne. Thank you for coming. This may be inappropriate. I was considering asking a question, if it's possible. I understand that AT&T is an issue of health, life, and safety in our community at this time. It appears to me that one of our two rural area problems is fire insurance and the cost of building. And I was wondering if you guys are working on programs to help change building codes for rural areas or do things that could bring the cost of building down, as well as advocating for solutions to our high cost of insurance. And I can follow up with Sue. You don't have, it may be inappropriate to answer me, I don't know. But I can follow up with Sue.
Would you like me to?
Yeah,
respond?
Go ahead briefly. Thank you.
So, yeah, certainly. So just briefly, our board commissioned an insurance ad hoc last year for this express reason. It did not escape us that insurance, that's a real, property insurance across the board is a real issue in California. So the ad hoc took about 9 months. We visited with everyone from the insurance commissioner, Mr. Lara, to representatives of insurance companies, and came up with a set of policy guidelines that we're now trying to implement. We're working both at the state and the federal level. Congressmember Schiff introduced an insurance, maybe I misspoke. I believe it was Schiff who introduced an insurance measure. One of our Congress members did. And while it doesn't address all the issues, and it may not be the best answer, we are supporting it as a way to bring some focus into what's affecting areas with a high number of disasters. I guess the good news, such as it is that we're not alone. We have states like Florida and others in the southeast that have had their share of disasters, tornadoes and other events in the Midwest. So it's not just a California problem. And so we are hopeful that the next Congress will really pay some attention to this. We're not hopeful this Congress will have either the political will or the appetite to do so. They seem to be a bit distracted. But we're hopeful the next Congress will. And we're also working in the State House on a couple of initiatives, including a regulatory initiative that Mr. Lara is leading to try to provide some accommodation for the current situation. We've kind of did it to ourselves with Prop 104. It ties the hands of what we're able to do in terms of any regulatory changes, and it's going to be a little bit of a lift to modify that particular initiative. But with that, it's certainly well on our screen.
Thank you for answering that question for us. Any other public comment for this item? Thank you, Marianne. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you making the trip.
Absolutely, anytime. We're happy to come up, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks, everybody. We're going to move on to item number 19, Community Development Agency Director Tricia Tillotson. This is a presentation from the Sierra Business Council on the SEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. I think Kimberly Parker, Ms. Parker, is going to kick it off for us, and then turn it over to Kristen York, the Vice President of SBC.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the Board of Supervisors. I am Kimberly Parker, your Program Manager for Economic Development. It's my pleasure today to introduce Kristen York, Vice President of Sierra Business Council. Just a brief background on Kristen. She leverages over 25 years of experience in strategic planning, finance, operations, and marketing, and business transformation. She serves Nevada County as well as a number of other counties. Kristen's life work is focused on creating a more sustainable and equitable economy. She's also a professor of sustainable development and implementation of sustainable business at Presidio Graduate School. Sierra Business Council's work through the Economic Development Office is impressive. She's here today to share an update on the draft of the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Kristen.
Thank you for that introduction. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. And I will go through these slides very quick, because I know we have a tight agenda to get to questions. It is Strategic Planning Day, apparently, and it's great that Marianne was here from RCRC. You're going to see so many synergies in this SEDS with what RCRC is working on, so I'm thrilled with that. So Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy is a document that is funded by the EDA, the Economic Development Administration, a federal agency. I'm going to jump in quickly with a little quiz. Anybody know what this graphic represents? Okay, it is not a subway system graph, that's what I thought, but this is the entrepreneurial ecosystem map for Sacramento. Let's compare that with a typical rural entrepreneurial ecosystem map. Huge difference. You're actually very fortunate in Nevada County. You have the Arts Council, you have ERC, you have Sierra Commons, Makerspaces, the SBDC. So Nevada County does pretty well as rural. But my point is the difference between an urban environment and a rural environment. And that is why it is so important that we take this SEDS seriously. Because the SEDS really is about creating those equitable opportunities in not just Nevada County, but in the region. So what is a SEDS? Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. It's a research-driven, implementation-focused, strategy-driven plan for regional economic development. Who is in that region, or who funds it? EDA. And it's a 5-county region. So you're in a region with El Dorado County, Placer, Nevada, Sierra, and now Plumas. Plumas has been added to the region at the request of the EDA. And why? It's really to identify and prioritize the economic development priorities region-wide that you share with those other counties. So the EDA has a number of priorities, and they do change over time. They have added in equity and recovery and resilience. Workforce development, manufacturing, technology, environmentally sustainable development was added about 8 years ago, and then exports and foreign direct investment. They have 3 programs: public works, economic adjustment, and the SEDS falls under the planning and technical assistance, but there are funding available in all 3 programs. So what does this look like in the Sierra District? You are in the Sierra Economic Development District. Number one, disaster recovery. Shortly after the Dixie and Caldor fires, we were able to access funds for community-based disaster resilience planning. That engaged a whole bunch of community members for quick response. The recovery is taking a long time, but we had the funds to do the planning. Number two, right now, the Good Jobs Challenge. So Good Jobs Challenge, I mentioned to it before, but it is a focus on forest entrepreneurship training. The very first workshop kicks off next month. We're in partnership with Sierra Commons. We have 18 people. The course filled up in 4 days, and we have 20 on the waiting list. So that indicates good demand in the forest entrepreneurship sector. And we have funds to continue that for the next 3 years. An example of what the EDA can fund. Okay, the EDA also does not fund anything 100%. They require a match and they require a partnership. So just an example of some of SBC's partnerships to get this done. First is in business technical assistance with GoBiz and the SBA. Broadband implementation with CPUC. Disaster recovery and climate resilience. We do that with GoBiz and Sierra Nevada Conservancy, as well as government affairs and advocacy. And then locally, we have our community foundation, as I mentioned, ERC, Sierra Commons, et cetera. So the process, we're at the very end of this process. We start, this is very research-based, so we begin doing the research. We do a whole survey that many of you took. We had a good response from Nevada County. We do a SWOT, which I'll show in a minute, and a lot of one-on-one interviews. That we develop the strategy and the vision and values, our priorities, the tactical goals, and then finally, it's already been approved by the governing board, and EDA has blessed this draft that you have in your packet, and so I'm here to present to you. You do not need to formally approve this. And then we go to funding, which is the fun part. I'll just give you an idea of the priorities that came up during the survey and the interviews. Lack of workforce housing, workforce and low wages, wildfire and broadband access. Another survey question on the types of businesses you'd like to see grow in your community: tourism, recreation, food and beverage, downtown retail, forestry and timber, manufacturing, clean and renewable energy. In terms of investment priorities that the community would like to see, this comes from our survey. Housing, again, attracting new companies and workers, broadband, diversifying the economy, and outdoor recreation. And I'm happy to share these with you so you can look at them deeply. In our SWOT, so we take this and we'll condense it down, which you'll see in a moment, but you're seeing, again, the same themes: strengths around the outdoor recreation, obviously the natural beauty and geography, entrepreneurial mindset, arts and culture. Weaknesses, again, housing shows up, the career and job opportunities, et cetera. I'm gonna drill past this because I do condense this for you. Cross-cutting themes that come out as challenges and opportunities across the entire region, where this whole idea of technical assistance and access to capital. It's always an underfunded area in rural communities. That's why I put up that ecosystem map. Reinvigorating monoeconomies. So monoeconomy is any economy that is overly dependent on one industry. So where it used to be mining and timber, our region now is heading towards the recreation and tourism, which has its challenges being dependent on that. One of them is mitigating the impact of tourism. We're seeing this especially up in East County, but we also see it in West County in the summer months along the river. And then capturing co-benefits. This is particularly important for access any government grant. What I mean by that is any project needs to show that it has an environmental component and typically a social component where it benefits disinvested communities. So all of this hones down into our focus areas that are strengths and opportunities to leverage and risks to mitigate or manage. This plan really looks at the small business support. We know that the biggest employer outside of local government and U.S. Forest Service are entrepreneurs and small businesses, so supporting those and growing those is extremely important. Broadband expansion, outdoor recreation, and nature-based solutions like the pellet operation that our CRC and biomass that just mentioned. in terms of mitigating need for affordable housing, curation of living wage jobs, wildfire threat and disaster, and insurance costs and availability. I have stories from our clients that would absolutely make your blood boil. You can't even believe. It is putting people out of business, and it's preventing people from going into business. It is a big, big problem. So this SEDS has 5 goals, similar to last. They have changed, but we've organized them around the forms of capital: human, economic, social, natural, and financial. So we have developing an inclusive and equitable workforce. We do that through workforce development programs like the Good Jobs Challenge, catalyzing economic diversification so that we reduce our risk and we're not dependent on any particular industry. Creating vibrant, healthy, resilient communities. This is where the arts comes in, access to housing, that type of thing. Natural is building community resilience through climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. This county is about to embark on that with your RRGP, which is great. And then finally, financial, which is ensuring investment readiness through regional collaboration. More and more, we're seeing funding that requires you to collaborate with other agencies or other districts or other counties. And there are some critical success factors to getting this all done. Number one is that multi-stakeholder collaboration. You can't do this in a bubble. 2 is leveraging existing programs, existing projects that are ongoing, public-private partnerships, and then involving philanthropy and the nonprofits that are so active, particularly in Nevada County. Okay, there. Whew. I think that was record-breaking. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of content in the report in front of us. We can go through the questions however the board feels it's appropriate. Would you like to start us off? No questions? Okay. Heidi?
No questions. Looks great.
Ed?
Just really quick, Kristen, are there any actual projects, I'm sorry if I missed that.
Excellent question. There's an extensive list of projects in the appendix, which I did not give to you. Tricia Tillotson and her staff did go through and update that for us. It's a living part of the document that will be updated constantly. And anytime the SEDS is appended to a grant application, that's typically how it's used for funding, we want to make sure that project is included in there. And at the very least, that it ties with the actions and the strategies that we have. But Nevada County did an excellent job. We started with your ledge strategy or your ledge platform, and then Tricia and her staff added to it. So yes, and I'm happy to share that with you.
Thanks, Chris. I'm just kind of thinking back. I think maybe the first time that I met you was when we were disbanding, what was it, SEDCOR?
Yes.
Yeah. And I do remember the SEDS process that we would go through is pretty much saying, man, this looks like a good project. Let's write this one down. Yeah. And I think in abandoning that, we realized that we needed this source.
Yes.
And
yeah. People ask for it all the time. And well, a lot of times it's a box to check on a grant application. Like, oh my God, where is it? So we're looking very forward to getting the graphics done and this finalized, but that project list will keep updated, and it always includes the appendix.
Well, I just want to commend you. I think your organization has brought us so far, really so far from where we were back then. What was that, 10 years ago maybe, or maybe even longer?
It was a long time ago, but I thank you. I appreciate that. But I also have to say Nevada County is very responsive. So, you get what you give. And it's always a pleasure to work with the county.
Thanks, Chris. Good report.
Yeah, no, great report. It asked my question. I was going to have you give us an example of some of those. So this is another tool in the toolbox.
It is.
And it's a pretty extensive one.
It can be used not just for EDA funding, but USDA, any federal agency, and state agencies typically ask for this.
Yeah, I just had a couple of quick questions. in quotations, you had underserved in there.
Yes.
But what's interesting is it's been my experience with applying for grants, particularly at the state level, that we're never really sure what that means and which part of the county qualifies, and the border areas and the unincorporated areas seem to me to be very befitting of that definition, but then other opportunities that you think would fit rank very poorly. I just am confused.
Yeah, wow. I'm going to try to answer this really succinctly, but that's a huge can of worms. And I wrote a note while Marianne was talking because the state of California, anyway, in the SURF, California Jobs First, they have 4 criteria for disinvested. And the first one is Cal and Virus Green, which, you're not. You have one little small census block that might show up as underserved. Then income levels, so 80% or below, tribal, and there's another sort of low income component, but none of them refer to rural. And so my note to myself was to we have a call with Barbara Hayes tomorrow, is to say, can you please advocate to the state on behalf of rural counties to include rural as disinvested? Because we asked the question and they said, well, how would we even define it? So it's incredibly important. But here's one thing to remember. The project must show that you're benefiting a disinvested community. So we have all sorts of ways to slice that data. And this is why in agriculture communities, typically if you bring in certain populations, you'll have a lower income level. But there's many ways to do it. Yeah.
Well, and I guess on a case-by-case basis, if we're adding projects to the project, the list of projects, then we should probably articulate that to you and try and work with you to define that criteria. Does that sound right?
Well, we put every project in. Put every project in, and then when it comes to the grant application, that's when you drill down on the criteria.
Okay.
And a lot of it has to do with what I mentioned, the co-benefits and the beneficiaries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Chair Bullock, first of all, just really want to thank Kristen for all your work on this. And the projects are vetted through our LEDGE platform project, where we have the conversations with the Board of Supervisors at your board workshop that then comes back to you in January. It is a living document to make sure that we're responsive to needs that come out throughout the year. And then that is done by Tricia Tillotson, who's here today, who could give examples of those projects if the board would like to hear that.
Perfect. Now that you made the connection, I'm understanding how it's sewn together. Thanks for clarifying that. And then just making sure, obviously you're aware of our economic strategy plan that's being formulated now.
Oh, yes.
Very much so. But
You'll see a lot of synergies with the SEDS and the strategy plan.
Yeah, that was my question. I just want to make sure that we're connected in a way that makes that plan productive for us.
In fact, I think we'll be spending the next few hours talking about that.
Okay, good. And then is there any direct funding that would benefit from the completion of the SEDS? Is there anything within the state budget? I know we're looking at mid-year revise and all that, but is there anything that comes to mind that would be like, oh, now that you've got this triggering element with the SEDS completed, you're going to be more, likely to receive funding for certain program areas or anything?
It would likely be, the big trend right now is around workforce development.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's in the same categories that RCRC is working on. It's that forestry, which we already have Good Jobs Challenge, anything around housing, trades, that type of thing, and then healthcare. Healthcare is a huge one, especially as, you're familiar with the demographics and the big silver tsunami. We have to address this somehow. So I can't give you a definitive project right now, but
those are good.
Yeah, we track them all the time.
I think you answered my question. And I saw the demographic scale for Nevada County. Obviously, as you go from lowest to highest, there's this big bar right in that 55 to 65 range within here.
One of the strategies is how do we attract more younger families that can afford to live here and with quality jobs?
Yeah,
we clearly have the schools and arts programs. So.
They should be here because of the community. Any other board comments, questions? Yeah, let's open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
No.
Okay. Anybody here in the board chambers would like to make a comment? Heather.
Good morning. Thank you so much. So much to respond to there. But a couple of things I wanted to bring up. I'm Heather Heckler with Nevada County Arts Council. We are just about to release our Arts and Economic Prosperity Study. As Supervisor Swarthout mentioned, we're holding an event tomorrow at the Nevada City Council chambers at 12:30. You're all invited, obviously. Kimberly will be on our panel. But just a couple of highlights I want to mention from that study. The arts and culture are a $66 million industry in Nevada County. Really important industry here. It supports 1,359 jobs in our community. And we know from our study that folks who come in for arts and culture events spend $73 per person per event in our restaurants, hotels, local businesses. It's a really important economic driver for Nevada County. And it also generates $13.2 million for state, local, and federal government. The second thing I want to mention is we are in the midst, just starting an arts and culture master planning process, so I think it will really complement what both of you are doing. And part of our goal there is to identify sustainable funding sources for arts and culture and to look for career pathways and workforce development opportunities in arts and culture as well. And just building on that workforce development, on Saturday we are hosting the Business of Art with Sierra College. It's from 8:30 to 5 o'clock. And it's for creatives by creatives. We do a lot of workforce development at the Arts Council, so this is a day-long symposium of career development for our creative entrepreneurs, those small businesses who work in the arts. So we have workshops on marketing, online sales, taxes, healthcare options, grant writing, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really led by our local arts leaders and regional leaders. And we do this on a shoestring budget, and we would love investment from the county to help us put that event on and make it bigger and better every year. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Heather, for your comments. Any other public comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any final closing comments from the board?
So I look at where you are today and at this level and with the county and with local government and your organizations to where we were in 1995 at the beginning of the Economic Resource Council here. And the strides that have been made and the work that's gone into doing economic development in our county are huge. So thank you for what you do. I think it's important that we continue to collaborate with all the various entities. I would love to get a list of all the projects that you referenced. Tricia's nodding her head back there. So I just say, keep up the good work. Keep, the county in the loop and everything that's going on. I think the partnership that we have with the SBC and all the work that goes in with the ERC and our chambers and some of our other nonprofit organizations that support economic development is just, this is kind of the fruition of lots of work that's happened over a 30-year period. And it takes a long time, but I'd say it's worth the investment and the wait to see the results that we've gotten. So thank you.
Thanks, Lisa, for mentioning that. Anything? Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, I would just like to say this is, I guess the key component here is, I like where we're headed, but we really need to have rural. So maybe working with RCRC and whoever, because that really has to be as far as being disinvested, right? That's a key component to all this, is where that comes in. I think of my water project I have going on. Where would I fit if I met that goal line for being disinvested, right?
Yeah.
So I think that
really
has to
important.
be a real component that we work on to make this all a big success.
It is, yeah. And there's so few voices that are rural versus urban. And I'm in a lot of meetings where they try to drown us out, but you have to join forces on that.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, I look at that, what arts brings into the community, agriculture, about $24 million of all different diversified. I mean, there's a lot of things here, but we're on the small scale. So anyway, thank you. This has really been interesting.
Yeah, it's a chicken and egg economic question because you can't support underprivileged populations without infrastructure. And infrastructure takes hard money, and bringing hard money to those underprivileged rural unincorporated areas is really tough. We see that with your fire project and other projects in the county, and it takes a real commitment. ARPA, CARES Act, and bill funding, all of that has helped. So I'd like to thank all of our federal partners for providing those earmarks and the set aside, just general set aside, but it's a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, we need support from our delegates at every level for those types of projects. I think we've got good relationships. And you've helped us build that, so thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, I will call for a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Lisa moved. Ed second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. One thing I was going to mention, sorry, I'm going to do this one more time. Visit Truckee Tahoe is our DMO for the regional area, and I just wanted to point out that their support of our economic development from a regional perspective, also connected to our California Chamber of Commerce and our recreation-based economy, but also Go Nevada County and support of Nevada County as a whole has been absolutely instrumental for our community in the eastern side of the county, and also helping out in the county as a whole. So I just wanted to mention that. It was on my notes, but I had skipped over it in my question. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I was on the CCC meeting last week, and there was a comment at the end, how did you get 50 some odd people to stay the entire time? And my thought was just because there's so many committed, passionate leaders in this county, and it's really a beautiful thing. So
Yeah.
Thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, thank you. We're fortunate that group is very effective. Thanks again for coming all the way down. Okay, that takes us to item 20, A and B, if I'm reading this correctly. Okay, thank you. This is County Executive Officer Allison Lehman, a presentation on indigent legal services and resolutions approving a contract between the County of Nevada and Cohen Defense Group for indigent legal defense services in the maximum amount of $3,028,780 for the period of March 12, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, and Part B is approving an agreement between the County of Nevada and the County of Placer for conflict indigent legal defense services in Eastern Region. And with that, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Anderson. He's going to open up our discussion on this with a presentation.
So thank you, Chair Bullock and members of the board. This is a recommended solution for the board's consideration for indigent legal defense services for Nevada County. This has been an issue that we have been working on for probably over 5, 6, 7 years in partnership with the Superior Courts. We do have David Cohen here with Cohen Defense Group. Thank you for being here, as well as Layla Wahid with, she's the Court Executive Officer for Nevada County Superior Court. So thank you for attending, and I know that they'll be available for questions as well if needed. And with that, I will introduce Barry Anderson, who will be giving the presentation. And Barry is the management analyst with the CEO's office and has been working very hard on this in appreciation for his good work. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you. Chair Bullock, members of the board, as Allison mentioned, I do have a brief presentation for you on this topic. So I'd like to start with just, what are indigent legal defense services? So in the Constitution of the United States and in the state of California, there's a guarantee to the right of legal representation for any person who is not financially able to retain counsel on their own. In the state of California, the responsibility for providing and funding that legal representation, it does fall to the individual counties. And the County of Nevada primarily meets that responsibility through the county public Defender's Office, which is staffed by public employees. However, there's, for a variety of reasons, there can be a conflict of interest which would prevent the Public Defender's Office from being able to represent an indigent client. And in that case, legal representation must be presented, or provided rather, by an outside attorney. So some background on how we arrived here today. So as Allison mentioned, for the past several years, the Superior Court has been they've taken the lead role in assigning the outside counsel in these cases where we have indigent defense constituents who are not going to be represented by the Public Defender's Office. Increasingly, there's been significant challenges in finding sufficient local attorneys who can take those indigent defense cases. And this has had results, or it's resulted in delays in assigning attorneys or the requirement to bring attorneys in from out of the area, which is a more expensive endeavor and sort of less effective for those clients. So in recognition of this issue, the county and the court met collaboratively to discuss potential solutions and pursue a solution. The preferred solution that was identified was what we've been calling a turnkey approach, where a single firm, or we thought possibly a group of attorneys, but we were looking for a single point of contact to meet all sort of conflict indigent defense case needs. And to that end, an RFP was issued on April 7th of 2023. And just some information, that solicitation was advertised on several attorney membership organizations. It was on our county's website. We invited over 700 firms to propose. 14 firms accessed the RFP documents, and we did receive one proposal, which is the one which is before you today. So the proposal that was received from the Cohen Defense Group, we're calling it CDG to simplify things. I'll just call it Cohen. So Cohen actually provides similar services to the County of Placer, and this proposal was reviewed. We had an RFP review panel, which included all the stakeholders in that collaborative process, our county public defender, the Superior Court. We had a couple of judges on that panel. And following the recommendation of the review panel, the county purchasing agent did negotiate some terms with Cohen Defense Group, which leads to the contract, which is before you today. So it is based on a fixed annual price and is proposed to meet the caseload demands in both Western and Eastern County, as determined by the estimated annual caseloads. And yeah, as I mentioned, it's coverage for both courthouses and is going to be the primary point of contact for the court in assigning those cases. So let's talk a little bit about fiscal impact if we can. The indigent defense services are budgeted for in the Conflict Indigent Defense Service budget unit. That's part of our annual budget every year. It's in the county general fund. On average, over the last 5 years, we have budgeted $416,000 for attorney costs in that budget unit. The proposed contract, as mentioned, is just over $3 million to take us through the end of fiscal year 26-27. So that's on average just under $1 million a year. Obviously, that's an increase, as shown here. When you compare we do anticipate that there's sufficient budget in the current fiscal year to accommodate the contract costs. However, in each of the succeeding 3 fiscal years, we do anticipate an impact. As you can see, an average increase, or rather the contract increase over that average over the 3 years is about $1.4 million over the next 3 fiscal years. But I would like to provide some other context for those numbers. So as previously mentioned, the contract that proposal is based on a fixed annual price as determined by annual caseloads, which we have seen in the past. With those caseloads, we anticipate to actually be artificially low given the COVID-19 impact on the court's ability to assign cases and get those cases through the system and that impact on the court schedules. Additionally, in the absence, I sort of touched on this earlier, in the absence of a contract such as this or some other solution, the court is increasingly needing to rely on out-of-the-area attorneys, which is certainly a much higher solution to the need to assign attorneys. And we do have built into the contract a utilization review option that will allow us to take a look at where we stand in the first year, how many cases have been, assigned, and we can revisit those costs to justify them against the caseload demand. And then we did also take a look at what we thought the cost might be to establish an internal county office, a sort of a third county office, what we would call the internal conflict office. And we anticipate that that cost would be largely the same as this contract, and then would come with a variety of sort of administrative burdens for the county. So that's another reason why we feel this is a good solution. And then, as mentioned, there's a B component to the item that's before you, and that is an agreement with Placer County. So, as I mentioned before, Cohen Defense Group does provide similar services for the County of Placer, including for their clients that live in the Lake Tahoe area. Accordingly, we do have an agreement that's been developed between the Placer and Nevada County to govern the sharing of services in the Tahoe-Truckee region. The contract before you reflects only Nevada County's portion of those costs, and we do believe that by sharing costs, we are actually saving about 12% on the contract in order to establish an office in the eastern part of the county. And that is why we have that agreement presented along with this contract. So, in summary, what we have is a contract that is the result of a collaborative process between the court and the county to solve a persistent problem. It is supported by all the stakeholders that were brought into that problem-solving process. It supports a collaboration between the two counties where we have a shared sort of population base. And while it does represent an annual budgetary increase, we do believe it is the most graceful solution to the problem. So with that, I would recommend that you adopt the two resolutions before you, and obviously we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Barry, thank you. There's a lot here for us to digest, and I'd expect some questions. I'll start with anybody that wants to kick us off. Supervisor Swarthout?
I just have one really quick question. So if we agree to this contract, does this mean that no local attorneys will be used when the public defender's office is conflicted out?
What this means is the first level of conflict would go to the Cohen Defense Group. They're going to establish offices in Nevada City and in Truckee and they'll be hiring attorneys to fill those offices. And so they would be the first line. The court would contact them first. There is still an inevitability that there will be third level conflict. And in those cases, the attorneys who have been available to provide these services would be relied upon at the court's discretion.
Supervisor Hall?
Thank you. Yeah, I have actually a handful of questions, if you bear with me. So you showed the cost change over the years, but there's nothing in here talking about what our caseload is. Can you help me understand what our caseload has been in the past and what we're anticipating it to be?
Sure, and perhaps I could rely on, I hate to do this, perhaps I could rely on the court to help. It's a challenging and changes obviously based on the nature of what's happening in the legal system. However, it's not, the cost I think less reflects an increase in the caseload and more an increase in the cost to establish a single point of contact and a staffed attorney's office that is capable of receiving all caseloads, right? So again, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have some questions about that, but really, we don't even, there's no number in here. What is our caseload? What was our caseload last year? What was the year before? It sounds like you're putting a number on this contract per case, and so we have to be making an assumption about how many cases we're going to have in the future, right?
Correct, yes. And I apologize that I don't have that caseload number in front of me. It was included in the RFP. David, do you
Do we have
have
staff
that?
who would?
I'm sorry, I hate to rely on.
Thank you.
but
No,
we
no
do
problem. Sorry
have a
about
proposer
that.
here who might be able to help fill in some of this.
Nice to meet you.
Resident of Nevada City for the past 21 years. I run the Cohen Defense Group. We've been the provider of conflict indigent defense services in Placer County. In some capacity, I've worked on that contract personally over 28 years, and I've had that contract in my firm's name for the last 7 years. In bidding this contract, the RFP did have caseload data broken down by type of case, homicides, first-level serious felonies, all the way down to juvenile cases, misdemeanor cases that has historically been provided. And from that information, I bid the contract based on my understanding and knowledge of what it takes to handle a caseload and looking at both federal and state guidelines for indigent defense in terms of the volume of cases that an attorney should have. And it was my assessment. Essentially, you're moving from a model where you're paying by the hour for a lawyer's time to a model where you're paying for the availability of the lawyers whenever the court needs it. So the quality of service that's provided to the court from this model is a huge improvement provided over the model of a panel, which the county has used. The panel approach really only works if you have qualified local attorneys willing and ready to take the cases at any time. So it's more of a demand side when the court needs lawyers. If there's an adequate supply of lawyers willing to take the cases, the panel will always be the cheapest model in the state. And there are counties that have been successful with the panel model. When I first moved here to Placer County, there were over 12 local attorneys who were taking panel cases here in Nevada City. There wasn't a problem with Truckee being able to appoint lawyers for the caseload there. And as time has progressed over the last 20 years, with attorneys retiring, with newer attorneys just not having an interest in that type of practice or the willingness to take on those cases, the panel model has essentially failed in the eastern portion of the county first. Both Tahoe City and Truckee have had a problem, and more recently here in Nevada City as well. So in evaluating the RFP, I looked at the caseload, the number of cases the attorneys in my office handle in Placer County, and determined that in order to properly staff this contract, we would need 3.5 attorneys to do the work. The half attorney was the attorney in Truckee because the caseload there does not justify a full-time attorney, which was the reasoning for putting together the proposal with Placer County to share in the expenses, because the caseload can be handled half the week for Truckee and half the week for Tahoe City by one attorney. And it makes it a lot easier for me to staff that office knowing that I'm not trying to hire a part-time lawyer to move to one of the more expensive areas in the region to try to work out of an office. So by sharing the office and sharing the attorney, we were able to bring our original proposal bid down for the county by over $100,000 on an annual basis by splitting that cost. The RFP, I thought I had a copy of it here that had the breakdown. I may not have a copy of in front of me.
So, well, Supervisor Hall, I know that doesn't answer your question, so we're getting that number for you. We'll report out once we have it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And that was a very helpful explanation, but I don't understand how we can even have this discussion without knowledge of the caseload. So I do appreciate if we could find that. Another question that I had was the source, if this is back to Barry probably, the source of the funds, is this coming from our general mental health funding that's coming? Can you talk a little bit about the source that we're going to be using for this?
This is county general fund dollars, so any.
It is.
Correct, yeah. And it's a mandate by the state of California that the county provide these services. And there is no specific funding for that. Now, that being said, we understand there's potential. There may be some grant funding available. Obviously we're pursuing options, but there's nothing concrete to share on that front at this point, so I didn't.
So this was funded earlier out of the public defender's office, right?
No, it's always been funded apologies if that wasn't clear. We've always had a specific budget unit for conflict indigent defense services.
Okay.
For any of the variety of models that have been used in the past. It's always been general fund that pays for that budget unit. And in the past, yeah, we have tried individual contracts with local attorneys, and that wasn't working. And a few years ago, we switched to the panel model, which Mr. Cohen just described, and we just pay those invoices as they come in through the court.
Okay.
And that is how we sort of arrived at our caseload data, is just historical trends on payment to those attorneys. So, you know, and part of the challenge in talking about caseload is that a case can cross fiscal years, it can cross,
Right.
you know, it can be multiple years. So really our best source of information is, you know, the quantity, the quantity of, you know, felony cases that we paid invoices on in any given fiscal year, or misdemeanor cases, et cetera. And I do have that number, I do have that number for you now.
Okay.
So we broke, actually, a few years ago, we broke the cases into tiers. There are 4 case tiers that are sort of, were developed in recognition of the complexity of providing the defense services. So we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Tier 1 is the most complex and sort of high stakes. So on average, we had 12 of those cases per year. For tier 2, we had 18. Tier 3, there were 90, and tier 4, 80, for a total of about 200 cases every year. And then, as I mentioned, we have reason to believe that those cases, that caseload is sort of artificially low due to scheduling issues as a result of COVID. So we estimated about 250 cases a year when we issued the RFP.
Wow, that's a lot more than I expected.
It's everything all the way down to, you know, a low-level misdemeanor, right?
And do we think that this is going to increase with the new court, the new mental health court? This name is escaping me. Care court. Is that a potential to bring in more folks that need that kind of help? That would be speculation, right?
That was
No one
not
knows.
part of the evaluation
Okay,
of this
just
RFP,
wondering.
but that's an excellent question that we could do some research and project on.
Yeah. Good.
I will say that Carrie Klein was deeply involved in this process,
Great.
intricately involved, as was our county counsel, Kid Elliott. So definitely, I believe that she would have anticipated, and that's possibly part of that 255 estimated.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, just one more question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
to
was
take so
going
much
to give
time.
you the math really quick, because you may, I mean, that's, if my math is right, and I did this napkin math, but that's $12,115 per case. And at the master fee schedule you have is for $120 an hour for an attorney. Is that correct?
That'll go away.
That will go away. That's
The
what you're
court will have
quoting.
the county will have no cost per case or per hour of the attorneys who are servicing this contract. The county will still have an obligation if a case gets down to beyond my firm. So you would have the public defender's office. If they declare a conflict, we would get appointed. If we had a conflict, then the panel would get an attorney on the panel, and the hourly rates would then apply for that. We do have a cost provision in this contract. In order to keep the cost down, we've limited the number of homicide cases that we would have an obligation to take. We've taken death penalty cases out so that we don't have to have someone who meets the state qualifications of death qualified on staff ready to take those cases. We do have lawyers who meet those qualifications, and we can take additional cases if the county needs us to, and would pay us hourly on those cases that are beyond what's covered by the contract, if that answers the question. With respect to cost per case, you're moving away from that approach and moving to cost of an attorney and cost of an office. So if you look at, as an example, your budget for the public defender's office, I believe in the current fiscal year is $3.8 million, and that provides, I believe, 10 or 11 lawyers, plus the staffing, investigation, and services, and the physical plant for that office. Here, you're going to save about $100,000 a year per lawyer by having a private sector firm handle that contract, because the 900 or so thousand per year divided by the 3.5 lawyers takes you to well under the amount being paid to staff a true public defender's office.
Okay, thank you. I'll have two more questions, so I'll get them all in at once. Thanks for your patience. One, if you could just describe, again, remind us what causes our staff to be conflicted out. And then number two, do we have standards in the contract so that we know that the indigent who has the lawyer, the attorney, is going to have, to the best extent possible, the same attorney? Do we have sort of some standards so there isn't like a revolving door?
Yes, so, excuse me. With regard to, sorry, the first question, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
And council could probably
Conflicting
answer
now, what causes them to be conflicted out?
I'd be glad. So I've been intricately involved in this since I came to this county, just in terms of the issues and the complaints from the court, and the fact that the court can always set their own fees, and we have to pay whatever they set to private counsel. Like many rural counties, our indigent defense groups are aging out. So we've got very few attorneys, very few, I've heard complaints through that process, the court not having them available, them not being available to the clients, to meet to the clients. So what's changed in California is a major focus on the caseloads in public defender's office. So there is a rule that was never around when I was a public defender, which is that you can actually do a caseload conflict. You're mandated to do a caseload conflict. So the numbers in the public defender's office that they can take are going to go down, which means that they will have more cases going out to the Indigent Defense Conflict Council. So that is mandated by the state.
Just to clarify.
So and the other criteria they use for conflicts is, for example, if you have two co-defendants in the case, the public defender cannot represent both co-defendants. That automatically becomes a conflict. If your very current client was a victim in a case, which occurs quite often, then they're mandated to declare a conflict. So there are very specific criteria of who they can defend, and I've talked to Carrie in terms of their own internal process, and they keep that very narrow in terms of how long, I mean, a client might have been a client 10 years ago and is now a victim. So they're very careful about when they conflict out on cases. But again, it's part of the change of law that's causing a different kind of conflict, which is just mandated in terms of caseload. I will just add one more thing. I can't tell you how many different organizations around the state have contacted my office to ask us questions. I'm in a Public Records Act request right now in terms of a research group. The statewide Public Defender's Office has contacted asking us about what we're doing. I've seen lawsuits from the ACLU successful across the state against counties that are failing to provide sufficient services. So I do think, it's money up front for a satisfaction of one, the defense of the indigent, and working in cooperation with the court and making sure the system is running as smooth as possible.
I have some more questions along the same lines, but my question is, the math you did on enhancing the existing capacity within the office there's parity. You're basically saying it's exact, or close to it would be a wash. You would add additional attorneys to the existing office, or we could contract out. Is that right?
We ran a very quick estimate of what it would cost to establish a third office, which would be really required to avoid the kinds of conflicts that Kit was just describing. If we wanted to have a county office that was going to take the role that we're proposing Mr. Cohen's firm take, that it would require, a new sort of separate location.
It wouldn't be an expansion of the existing office or capacity. Are the primary conflicts in
sorry.
Let me just ask one quick question. Are the primary conflicts capacity, or are they conflicts of interest related to the defendant's connection to previous cases like you had described?
The bulk of them would be the conflicts related to previous cases or co-defendants.
Okay,
I'm
thank
just
you.
saying that slightly increases it, but I will also say, Carrie, as our offices across, again, the state, are having a lot of problems recruiting and keeping people and keeping their staff up in their office. And that's just because it's just no longer sort of the thing that people gravitate to. I
Yeah.
think that's true in both the DAs, county councils, and public defense.
Yeah, we met with Judge Durant, and she outlined this in great level of detail for us. Do you have any questions, Ed? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Supervisor Hall.
I never got the second question.
Right.
Yeah.
You had a question about provisions in the contract.
Right.
Right. And yes, there are provisions to ensure the quality of service that's delivered to the clients.
Okay.
That is in there.
All right, and just to add on, so the problem that we're having recruiting is the same problem you will have recruiting locally. So that doesn't really solve our workforce problem.
We've anticipated it and have taken that approach. I've already hired one attorney who will be the lead attorney in the Nevada City branch, and that's Joe Alexander, who's here with me today. Mr. Alexander's been a prosecutor in Nevada County previously, and I believe you were an assistant? Correct. Was an assistant under, was it Mr. Newell who was the DA at the time? And then he has spent the better part of his career as an assistant prosecutor and chief assistant in El Dorado County. And he'll be the lead attorney in the Nevada City office. I recognize that the problem the court had finding local attorneys was going to be a problem for me as well. We've prepared a pamphlet that we're ready to mail out statewide to public defenders and DAs with 5 to 15 years experience to add to the team between now and May 1 when we would go live. I'm in negotiations with an attorney in the Tahoe City and Truckee area who has experience there, has handled cases there, is well respected there, and will likely be joining our firm if we're granted this contract. But has an existing employment situation and can't join us until we learn if we are granted this contract. And I interviewed 8 legal assistants last week in preparation because we want to be ready to go at the time the county hires us if they do so in this matter. With the respect to the question on statistics, or how it's going to be provided, there is a requirement in the contracts also that we provide a monthly stat sheet showing how many cases we were appointed on, in what categories they were appointed on, how many cases we had to declare a conflict on so that the county can anticipate the expenses that flow below us, how many cases we close, a staffing report showing who our staffing is, and then that will also have a breakdown on the cases we receive from the Public Defender's Office in 6 different categories. Multiple defendant cases, which were referenced, current representation cases where a victim or witness is represented by the Public Defender's Office. The third category is past representation, and that's an area where I've suggested that the county adopt a fairly restrictive conflict policy to avoid cases flowing beyond the 2 contracting firm, or the Public Defender's Office and the contracting firm to the panel. But there's also times where members of the Public Defender's Office or employees of the Public Defender's Office are witnesses or victims of crimes. They can't handle those cases as well. And then there's a couple other recognized conflicts of interest, and there's a catch-all provision. If the public defender believes there's a conflict that will prevent them from representing someone, they can go to the court and ask to be relieved and go into chambers and lay out the basis of the conflict so that the court can determine if it's valid or not, and then our office would be appointed on those.
Thank you.
Well, this chart is becoming a little more clear as we hear these explanations, but basically this is a $500,000 hit per year. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's a big hit to the general fund.
It is. Yeah. Oh, the only thing I would add is, it's a need that the county. It's a sort of a burden of the county, and we did follow the processes that we typically follow to meet county needs, which is issuing an RFP and evaluating this, the proposal.
Well, and I can sense the frustration, and I know we've been talking about this for a number of years. I mean, what is the alternative, really? And I know you've looked at that also.
Yeah, I suppose if you'd like an answer to that, the alternatives that we identified are, it would be a sort of continuation of the same, which is, I think, a risk in some of the issues that Kid Elliott identified, as well as sort of the court has expressed, that they're having challenges, and like I said, may need to bring in more expensive out of the area attorneys to meet that caseload need. If the caseload demand is there, we are obligated to provide those services to meet it, and it's either going to be sort of out of our control or in our control.
What I tend to look at, though, is our method of funding this has been one of those little areas that has been very helpful to us. If I'm reading this correctly, if the average is $416,000, 2021 we budgeted $530,000. Obviously, we didn't get the cases or the issues, so we ended up with a nice $115,000 savings there. But we won't have that opportunity under this system, correct? This will just be a set fee.
Yeah, so I just think about this program. Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. I mean, this is really, if we talk about core services, the defense counsel for these indigent people, I mean, it's such a basic right and program that we have. If we think about the dysfunction, I'd say call it dysfunction, that we've had over at least 7 years. I mean, if we had a county program that was operating that way, we'd be fairly urgently wanting to improve that program. And the fact that it does cost an extra $500,000, we vetted very thoroughly many options. And I mean, having the court sit in the room with us and talking about their experience of being in a courtroom where someone needs defense attorney and there's no attorney present, they can't find an attorney. If it's a complicated or high-level case like a murder case, they have to go to Sacramento or outside the county where people have to travel. There's low access to the attorneys and clients, between the attorneys and clients. I mean, it's just it's been extremely dysfunctional, and it really reached a head over the last couple of years where the courts they're throwing their hands up really. I'd say what Barry described in one of his bullet points is the alternative to making these improvements we're not sure what would have happened, but it's just a dysfunctional program that would have costed a lot more if we would have left it up to the courts. We are required to bear the costs of these conflict indigent. There is no funding for that, so it has come out of the general fund. So I would just say if we stack this up against many other we know how much activity is going on in our county within any given department, within the county as a whole, that requires, say, $500,000, and bolstering this program as a priority, it's a fundamental kind of need of the county. So I just put that perspective on it. Yes.
And I appreciate it, Martin. And I realize the frustrations that you guys have had with this too. And using the term dysfunctional, that makes a big difference too, and saying, okay, we're taking a system that is dysfunctional. I haven't sat in on all those meetings, so to say it currently is dysfunctional makes a huge difference. So I appreciate the work and effort you guys have put into it. Mr. Cohen, thank you.
My pleasure. Supervisor Hook?
No, I don't have any questions. I mean, you kind of gone over the parts that's the concerning part. I mean, I'm looking at too, it doesn't look like we didn't go over budget very often on this. I guess I've seen the cases, I'm back to that, which cases, where did we get so off track? So, but yeah, this one is a little challenging for me. But I understand where it's going, let's put it that way, but it is concerning.
Okay. Any more questions? I just have a couple of questions for you.
I'm still trying to figure out the dollars.
I'll come back to you. You described a de-escalation clause, or a clause that would post, activity audit, so to speak of? I didn't see that in the contract. Could you direct me to that?
The utilization review, I think, may be the term that you're describing, which would be, as with the number of programs in the county, you have basically an audit. We would be reviewing, auditing the cases, the performance of Mr. Cohen and his team, and we would be making, this is not, it's not a permanent potential solution. Obviously, Mr. Cohen's investing a lot of resources, which we really appreciate, but we absolutely will be reviewing, and this is a 3-year contract, so we would be reviewing during that period, certainly.
And then, good point, Martin, thank you. But that would be, you'd look at it, and then our performance period would be 3 years. It would be lock, stock, and barrel for 3 years. After that period of time, we could obviously renegotiate, but not intermittently throughout the contract period.
There is that at the first year.
The first year.
Correct.
After the first year?
There's also a termination provision that allows the county to terminate the contract at any time if it deems it not to be in the county's interest. And that has some provisions to cover remaining lease time that I might have as expenses for, and some staffing expense. But that becomes a provision that's kind of there as a safety valve for both of us in this situation, because this is a new venture for us as well to guesstimate what the expenses needs are going to be. There's some risk involved. The caseload data, I dove deep into that. I had additional questions when the RFP came out to dial down how much of it is in Truckee, how much of it is here, how much of it is juvenile, how do we break it down, because there's certain levels of qualification the lawyers need to have to do the work. Then I looked back to an RFP the county had done earlier in the decade, and the caseload data in there had much larger numbers across the board than the caseload over the last 4 years where the pandemic happened. And it was based on those combined features that I asked the county to get me additional numbers to clarify what we're really looking at from a caseload standpoint to make sure I adequately staffed the project.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Thanks for your diligence in looking at that. One of the things that came up when we met with Judge Durant was the complication related to the caseload being moved outside of her court. And I'm just wondering, there was a question earlier about quality assurance or quality control, and I'm just wondering, does the court play a role in reporting back and kind of raising their hand and saying, hey, everything's working well here, this is working, and do we have that relationship with them?
I would actually, I'd love to welcome Layla if you'd care to come help answer these questions.
Well,
we do have a relationship.
I can probably answer that as well. I mean, that is part of what we've got here is a reporting system, sort of court reporting back to us as well. So,
hi, please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Over here. My name is Layla Waheed. I'm Court Executive Officer with the Superior Court of California, County of Nevada, and happy to answer questions. But at a baseline, I wanted to thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak to you today, and for Mr. Barry Anderson for his presentation, and the County Executive Offices for partnering with us on this contract. On behalf of the court, I would like to express the court's appreciation for the board's support of indigent defense services in our county. The mission of the Nevada County Superior Court is to ensure fair and equal access to justice, inspire trust and confidence in the court, and to treat everyone with dignity and respect. As such, our court system relies on the competent defense as well as competent prosecution to provide fair resolution to criminal cases. So supporting individual Sixth Amendment rights to effective attorneys is critical for access to justice in this county. So thank you for your attention to it, and I'm happy to answer other questions that I can provide an answer to.
Thanks for coming. Do you plan to give us some feedback from the courts related to the efficiency created?
We do, and this entire process has been collaborative, as others have mentioned. So when these conversations come up to review what's happening, we're providing case information about how many filings are occurring, how many appointments are occurring, as well as general feedback about how the process is moving.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yeah, then we can ask for public comment. Go ahead. Yeah, Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, I've asked a lot of questions, and I probably still have a few more, but I just want to make sure, I guess I want to make a statement. I understand we have to provide this service, and we will. And I also strongly support providing services to indigent. This is not, for me, this is a no-brainer that we have to do it, and we have to find a way to do it. So, and I appreciate how creative staff has been to try to find another way to do this, and that the Cohen Defense Group has come forward and has already started moving. I really appreciate all this. This is clearly a very important program that we need to have ready to go, and very much support that. My overall general comment might be more to senior staff at the county that when we're taking an additional $500,000 out of general fund, we typically spend months and months and months talking about that. And while this is going to be a core service, which of course we're going to provide, I think it would be helpful for us and the public even to have these deeper conversations so we understand if we're going to take $500,000 a year out of the general fund, that means we're cutting somewhere else, period. And so I would appreciate having these more open conversations like this. And always, I've been starting to ask about this always on our items. I'd like to know where the funding is coming from on these items that come before us. So if it's coming out of general fund, I didn't see it here, maybe I missed it, but I'd love to see that right up front. So thank you for all the efforts you've done on this. Clearly, this has been a big effort, and I appreciate it.
A quick follow-on question. What's the timing related to, there's obviously, we've been dealing with this problem for quite some time. Is there eminent timing related to this item that requires us to approve it today?
Only insofar as there is what I
caseload
and
preparation
and it's definite interest of what I understand to be urgency at the courts.
Okay.
Coming from the court, that this is a pressing issue for them. And
real quick.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The 3 years proposed contract cost does not add up to the 3.28.
there is also, if you on the payment schedule, there's a startup. There's sort of a startup that's added in there.
Of 198,000.
I think it's 70,000.
It does.
I think at least what I read was 70 for the startup cost.
So the 100, you're looking at the 4 fiscal years?
We're looking at, or I'm looking at the 3 fiscal years.
There are costs in the current fiscal year as well.
What?
In the current fiscal year, in fiscal year 23-24, that are, so on the summary page, which is, I believe, page 24, is the last page. It shows the cost by fiscal year for all 4 years.
Yeah, there's a prorated fee for that year.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a proration and then the annual monthly fee.
Okay.
Monthly fee annualized. Any other questions from the board? I'm going to open up public comment, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody who's called in to
No, Chair.
make comment? Okay. Public comment here in the board chambers.
Hi, excuse me, it's Michael Taylor, District 1. I would trust or go with your feeling, Heidi, that this should be tabled for more conversation. This is an extraordinary amount of money, $500,000 coming out of the budget to supplement a system that's already exists, that's just run poorly. And I think that you guys should figure out a way to run the system correctly so that it doesn't cost us $500,000 out of the general fund. My original concern for sitting here this long actually was I was more concerned about the services that would be provided to these people, the services from this contract. My deep concern is what is the incentive for them to actually give thorough representation that may take weeks, months, maybe years. My concern is that they're not going to get the same level of services that somebody that would be being paid hourly to defend these people. I'm also concerned that we have a housing issue. Now we're bringing more people in looking for housing in Nevada City. I'm also concerned that the attorneys that are already here working are now not going to be getting those opportunities to work for those situations in the court. I think there's a lot of things wrong with this that need to be addressed publicly, as well as you guys researching it greater to understand the benefits and the disadvantages to spending $500,000 more a year. It seems to me we're paying somebody $500,000 to somehow figure out how to straighten out a problem with the public defender's office. I think there's got to be a much cheaper ways to figure out how to deal with the issues at the public defender's office so that they can be resolved in a healthy way that the county has full control every week, every month, every year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael.
I just want to clarify, I did not ask for this to be tabled, just to be clear. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I meant more time, sorry.
No additional public comment. Okay. You just go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
Well, just if I could, kind of a response to that. I think it sounds to me as if they're going to get a better service by doing this route. And I don't know, Mr. Cohen, but I'm convinced of that. You don't have to respond. Also, we recognize this is a big hit to the general fund. And when I say we, our staff has been working on this diligently for a number of years. I appreciate the effort that's put into it. So, I think we've finally brought it to a conclusion here where we can make some kind of a recommendation and a solution to this. It may not be a cheap one, but I don't think that's what we need at this point. So, just my comments.
Well, Ed, I would agree with that a little bit. I mean, because I just am reading through here what they're going to provide. If we had to do that, it would cost us way more than what we're going to be spending. Way more. When it looks what they're going to provide for staffing and hours of performance with evaluations and mentoring. So I just dug through this contract a little bit quicker. So I'm with you. Well, I'm
Okay.
with you.
Any other questions from the board? Comments? And I think we're still open on public comment. Any additional public comment? We'll go ahead and close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
Are we making two motions here?
Yeah.
Well, I'll make a motion on the first resolution contract between the county and Cohen Defense Group.
I'll second.
Second that, okay. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes. Looking for a motion on
I'll
part B.
move the resolution approving an agreement between the County of Nevada and the County of Placer for conflict indigent legal defense services in the eastern region.
I'll second.
Second, Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes, and I'd just like to note and read into the record that the 1 year, I think it's a look back, it's an audit essentially. There was a term you used. I just was hoping that the board could have a report out after that period of time, and I'd like that read into the record. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and request a board order on that and capture that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Thank you, Layla.
So Chair Bullock, our labor attorney for closed session is available now. We'd like you to consider if we could do that closed session now. I know we're running behind. And then schedule the ARPA presentation for the afternoon for your consideration.
That's great. Let's do that. Yeah, County Council, can you read us into closed session item?
Yes, as stated earlier by the clerk, number 240419 was taken off calendar. We have two closed sessions. The first is related to the labor negotiations as laid out in the agenda. And the second matter is County Council is requesting closed session to discuss a matter in which there is significant threat of litigation against the county. This is related to the both verbal and written threats that we've received by the Rice Gold Incorporated, and that letter has been uploaded into Legistar.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the board chambers or call-in who would like to make public comment related to the closed session? Michael.
Hi, again, it's Michael Taylor. I just wanted to point out that there's a significant and has been a significant threat of a lawsuit with Rise Gold. And I wanted to suggest, one, I'm not an attorney, but I wanted to suggest that somehow or another, instead of going into a lawsuit situation that's going to end up costing the county millions of dollars, that there's a process for maybe creating the opportunity for trying to understand how to mitigate a situation to create a solution that would not include a lawsuit. And what I'm thinking of, or suggesting, which I have suggested along the way, is looking at an option for opening the door to readdress the EIR. The EIR was, I think everybody agrees except Ed Schofield that the EIR is inefficient. Everybody in the county has an opinion that the EIR, for whatever reason, is not sufficient. I know that Ed asked the consultant if he felt that the EIR was sufficient, and the consultant said yes, and Ed agreed with him. But you guys didn't adopt the EIR, and in my opinion, the applicant pays for the EIR. They pay for an EIR that the staff can bring forward to both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for recommendation to adopt the EIR. I agree with you guys' decision not to adopt the EIR. I believe it was as incomplete as everyone else believed it was incomplete. I'm suggesting that there might be a solution for avoiding a lawsuit in opening the door to the applicant to readdress the possibility of cleaning up the EIR with some of the major issues that have been brought by the community in an effort to try to appease the majority of the people in the communities with their issues with the existing EIR. So I have done research with the vested rights. I've talked to a couple different attorneys about the vested rights, and I am concerned that there will be a lawsuit, and there is a 50-50 chance that the county will lose, and that's going to be at a considerable cost to us down the road. My recommendation in your closed session is to see if there's a way to figure out how to mitigate the situation, to avoid a lawsuit, but create a situation to move forward in a way that makes sense for the community in avoiding the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for your comments. Anybody else have public comment related to the closed session items? Okay, the board will recess after our closed session for lunch, and then we'll reconvene looking like likely around 2 p.m. We'll see you then.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go. Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you. Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, That's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags We would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready, Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
the level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do. And the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in community.
Welcome back. We're back in session here, and I'm going to turn it over to our County Council Kit for a report out of the closed session, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair Brolick. Regarding the two matters related to the labor negotiation, direction was given to staff. Related to the threat of litigation, information was provided to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, thank you. And that's on to item 25, County Executive Officer Allison Lehman. This is the 2024 Board Objectives Charter and Resource Allocation discussion. I'll turn it over to CEO Allison Lehman.
No, thank you, Chair Bullock. So this afternoon, we're coming back to you with charters for each of the policy objectives that you set forth at your board workshop earlier this year in January. And I'd like to introduce Deputy CEO Martin Polt, who's going to go ahead and start off the presentation. Thank you, Martin.
Appreciate that, Allison. Thank you, Supervisor Bullock, members of the board. It's great to be here as a follow-up to the board workshop. Excuse me. On your January 19th final day, you had a discussion about resources and priorities. And in that session, the board had, number one, throughout that workshop, the board had some great presentations. And in that session, that wrap-up session, we talked about various potential projects that were presented to you throughout that workshop. And we are bringing some of those projects back to you to discuss right now. And part of that discussion was that we would come back to you with project charters. So these project charters are pretty comprehensive planning documents, pretty standardized planning documents for each of your board objectives, each of the 8 objectives. So those items, those charters are attached to this agenda item today. And some of the things that those have captured, the project scope, just a general scope of project for the objective in general. It also talks about the resources required in terms of staffing and partnerships, and it also gives you a budget for various projects within that objective. And so you'll see that there, and you're going to see today, number one, some of those projects that you picked for at your last day are going to be presented to you in each of those objectives. And we also have a budget, a request. In that last day, we talked to you about your board priority assignment of the general fund. There's about $2 million available in that assignment after accounting for existing projects that are already underway. And so you're going to see today some projects brought forward, identifying requested use of some of those funds. And we're going to have a number of staff members are going to present to you. So you're going to see each of the 8 objectives. You're going to see a little discussion about the initiatives that were reviewed at your board workshop on those objectives, and a focus on these newer projects that are going to be coming forward for use of those future funds. One thing that will be a theme you'll see in a few minutes is that the board currently has directed and guided various departments for a number of projects that are currently underway. So you are going to see in these slides in each objective, some dollars and resources are already committed to these objectives, along with that request for some additional funds. The other theme you're going to see today is we are asking the board, requesting in this process that the board take these new actions that we're requesting funds for, and we would process through the budget subcommittee process, through the budget process, and come to the board, the full board, with a further plan for actions on those projects. So instead of initiating those projects immediately, we would go through the budget subcommittee process where more planning of other county resources are done, and we would bring these projects forward through the budget process for final board approval. First you'll see we'll touch on all 8 objectives, and we have some stars next to me that are each going to talk about components of their objective. Some of the guidance that we did bring to the board workshop also that kind of frame some of the discussion that we're going to have today. We're always number one, we do have charters for you, so with more detail about the objectives in these projects. We're also looking to leverage grants and other revenue. So you'll see in some of these slides, definitely using ARPA funds and other grant funds that staff are actively seeking. And we're looking at one-time versus sustained funding for these projects because they're using the board priority general fund assignment. And we also, in our charters and collectively, are looking at all resources that are needed to pull these projects off. And we want to be responsive to the community needs. So the first objective, of course, is fiscal stability and core services. I'm going to present that to you. You can see the initiatives. These are the same initiatives that were brought to you in the board workshop. I'm going to focus here for requests for funds in the 3rd and 5th bullet. So preparing and implementing long-term financial plans and providing strong services to the community. So you see here a few of the items that were talked about at that last day of the workshop, some of the projects. So number one, the courthouse roof, one of the longer term projects, capital facility needs. We got information from facilities. They're currently planning for this, $955,000 total cost. The county's share would be $456,000. That would come out of our capital facility assignment. The remainder, $499,000, facilities, Justin Drinkwater has been working with the courts, and they have agreed. We don't have a final agreement with them, but that's our expectation. They would agree to that $499,000. They're still doing some asbestos research for a final cost, so we will be hopefully wrapping that project up soon. Litter removal, we're asking for in that requested amount. So you'll see in each slide, requested amount. That's the amount requested out of the board priority assignment for these new projects. And then we also, again, have some leverage funding and other funds available so that are currently funded. And then the total amount. So the litter removal, $15,000 is currently funded, and the board, I think, is going to see at their next board meeting. An Eastern County project coming before you for a contract. I think it's maybe coming to the board. And so that's underway, but we also are looking for ARPA climate resiliency funding for those dollars. And then we're looking for $185,000 for additional funding for Eastern County going forward from these funds. We're also looking at a MECO project. So that's the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations Ordinance. Area told me some late breaking news that we got a grant for this project. So we may be, as we go through that budget subcommittee process, we may be removing this request. So that's a very positive development. And then we're looking at a noise ordinance, $25,000. That would be out of the planning department to do some outreach and support and consulting work toward that noise ordinance. And I will ask the board if you could to hold questions until the end. We have plenty of time for this. That'll allow us to go smoothly through the presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this off to Craig Griesbach.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. Through your board's leadership, emergency preparedness has been a board priority for now a decade. As per your board's feedback and direction from your workshop, over the next year we will be prioritizing implementation of the many projects that we have finalizing our strategic planning efforts so our community can leverage them in the years to come, continue investing in biomass and green waste solutions, continue building our portfolio of partners to get the most work done possible for our community, lean into our engaged community with outreach and engagement efforts through our outreach and engagement strategy, invest in enhanced response and recovery resources, and ensure that our actions and projects are sustainably balanced with our capacity. The two categories of request additional fiscal support are for project management support related to implementation of mitigation and recovery projects, such as green waste and biomass programs and services. This strategic request aligns with our qualified vendor lists that will enable us to increase capacity expeditiously and successfully support projects and programs. This request specifically totals $100,000. The second portion of this request is for additional community green waste funding support. Our community greatly needs low cost and free green waste solutions in order to get as much work as we can done in our community. This request directly supports a total of $25,000. Thank you for your continued leadership and support with this initiative. I'm confident we'll be able to get a lot done over this next year and focusing on these primary areas, and I'll hand it off to Kim.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and members of the Board of Supervisors. Kimberly Parker, your Program Manager for Economic Development, and it's my pleasure to come before you to speak about the Economic Development Charter today. As you saw in the previous slide, our objective has been your board objective for a number of years now. These are our 6 initiatives that will be effective tools for advancing our economic development activity in Nevada County. I've shared before that economic development can't be done in a vacuum. Not only does it touch every corner within our county departments, but every corner of our community as well. One of the expectations of the office is to understand what work is being done by others and engage our partners on how we can support the efforts being needed. We are going to be unveiling to you for your adoption the Economic Development Action Plan at your next board meeting. It's also important to understand that a lot of our initiatives have crossovers both within the county and with our economic partners. Equally important is our work with organizations such as the ERC, SBC, Sierra Commons, our chambers, our downtown associations, and our jurisdictions. We also are focused on a strong effort to make sure that we are engaging visitors to the community in a sustainable and responsible way. Next slide, please. So this is an example. Well, this is our budget request for this next year. As I mentioned, the Economic Development Action Plan will be presented to you at your next meeting. You will see under the major projects that these are projects that we will be continuing, that you are very familiar with, things like the North San Juan Fire Suppression Project, the Community Foundation of Nevada County, which will be coming before you at your next meeting as well, the Arts Council, and then our contracts with Sierra Business Council and Go Nevada County Local Freshies. The chart reflects the work of the office and the contracts that we do hold, but we'll also have further economic strength going forward with our Economic Development Action Plan. The amount proposed, the $125,000, will support the important projects that are identified through the action plan. These are things that we hope to hear your comments about, things like whether you would like us to come back with financing and incentive options, whether we should be working on a business directory, whether we want to focus efforts on a business expansion program, and our Live, Work, Play initiative. We look forward to engaging you on the action plan and the work that's being requested, and I look forward to questions going forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock, honorable board members, Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services Agency. And this is your broadband initiative. It's been a separate initiative for a few years now. And when we talk about broadband, we're talking about availability, accessibility, and adoption. So availability, can you get it to your home or business? Accessibility, if you can get it, can you actually afford it? Can you make that monthly payment? And adoption is all about digital equity. And if you can get it and you can afford it, you actually sign up for it. And rural communities lag behind rural and suburban areas in overall adoption based on age and other demographic factors. So going into initiatives, these are some of the accomplishments that have been achieved. Our strategy has always been getting ready for the funding that has now become available. Your board certainly knows this, but for the general public, the county has no regulatory authority or oversight over broadband. It's all regulated at the state and at the federal level, so no funding or oversight authority is granted to the county. So what we've been doing is trying to get ready so that providers can compete for that money and find our community to be an easy, welcoming community to build broadband projects in. So a couple things. We worked with Golden State Connect Authority. You had a little info this morning from RCRC on that for a $74 million grant application that they submitted to build a network in Nevada County. That comes from the federal funding account at the federal level through the state government. We had another 70 million plus projects in value applied for that programming. So overall in Nevada County, about $140 million worth of projects have been applied for that single $74 million pot. The BEAD program, which is another federal broadband program, will be coming available in 2025. About $2 billion is allocated to California from that program, so we're looking forward to that. Next slide, please. So looking at what's in our charter for considerations, our first main goal is working to, again, trying to help broadband providers do projects cheaper, faster, easier in Nevada County. So the planning department, your director, Brian Foss, is working on updating our broadband antenna permitting process to go from a use permit to a simple administrative over-the-counter permit process, leveraging our broadband EIR that your board adopted last year. And then the second one is doing another round of our local funded last mile grant program administered solely by your board through our partnership with Sierra Business Council, administrating that for us. So there's $1 million in ARPA money that your board previously allocated for this program, and then $250,000 in the TOT economic development funds that originally administered for this program. So this will be our third round, and we're really looking at how do we leverage what's going to happen with those FFA projects, which one of those get awarded, and then we can try to fill in the gaps with our own local program to try to be a catalyst to make sure nobody gets left behind in Nevada County for broadband. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here, honorable board members. My name is Jeff Thorsby. I'm your chief of staff, clerk of the board, but excited to be here with you today as a co-manager for the climate resilience objective. As a reminder to the public, this is the second year that climate resilience has been a board objective to safeguard the county's economic durability, environmental integrity, public health, and safety by preparing for, adapting, and mitigating changing climate conditions in a way that reflects our rural quality of life. Next slide, please. Before you, you'll see here, this is our 7 initiatives that we presented to your board at your annual board workshop. I just wanted to highlight there is 2 new ones again that would be for public health and focusing on educating the public associated with challenges for public health as we experience changing climate conditions. Additionally, also promoting energy efficiency, renewable energy, and storage capabilities is also another initiative. A couple components that I think are important as we've been working on this initiative. is leveraging grants and other funds with every dollar possible. I think that's what Martin articulated at the very beginning of this presentation, and that's been a thread with this objective in trying to do just that. A couple key accomplishments that I'll just highlight in very brief order, and not all of them by any means, but one is we were successful in leveraging Civic Spark, which is a AmeriCorps program, to get increased staff to help us with year one, and you'll see we'll be proposing to do that in year two as well. We've developed an internal structure that really leverages the pre-existing work of all of your departments across the organization, so connecting the dots, if you will. And then I think we're really pleased that we've really worked hard to secure funds for a climate resilient action plan through the Regional Resilience Grant Program, and also looking at other opportunities, again, leveraging dollars as best we can through the Sierra Nevada Energy Watch. Go ahead and move to slide 3, please. So here you'll see the board allocated $200,000 to the climate resilient budget in the first year, which was focused on the Civic Spark, education, and climate action plan development. Project-specific costs are approved, and we're recommending carrying over from the current budget allocations to approximately around $125,000 for education and climate action plan development. As you'll see up there on the slide, you'll see climate action adaptation plan. We've been funded at approximately about $200,000 through the Regional Resilience Grant Program. We're requesting approximately $100,000 to help that process, as well as also looking at CEQA, which is not covered within that grant program. We also have community coordination and capacity. So I do just want to highlight that grant that I'm referring to also includes a number of stakeholders, including the East County Climate Transformation Alliance. So there's a number of partners, including also the Nisinan tribe. That being said, for community coordination and capacity, we're not asking or requesting for anything. However, that grant does cover some of the work that we want to do in this next year, which is definitely coordinated with getting and engaging the community on any planning efforts. Then we also have staffing, including Civic Spark, and you'll see we're requesting $40,000. You'll also see that there's also $50,000 that's already been allocated, and that's been allocated through ARPA allocation. And then also there's a component of the RGP grant that includes some staffing cost. But we want to carry forward and apply again for the Civic Spark Fellowship through the AmeriCorps program. And then finally, you'll see education and advocacy. We're recommending $20,000 for that. And that includes various different activities, including the Sustainability Summit, but other opportunities, including engaging in different, for example, the Climate Adaptation Forum or other educational and opportunities to advance it. So that's the total of what we have today. And I'll go ahead and pass it off to Tyler.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I'm Tyler Barrington. I'm the county's principal planner, and I'm pinch hitting today for Mike Dent, the housing director. So in housing, the board has directed the staff from both the planning or CDA, Community Development Agency, as well as the Health and Human Services Agency to work together on partnering to develop a charter for promoting affordable and workforce housing. There are several projects that are associated with this initiative, including tiny homes on wheels. The planning department is going to be engaging stakeholders to help develop an ordinance for tiny homes on wheels. We'll also be looking at reviewing potential standards for other alternative housing, such as RVs. We also heard safe places to park as a part of the workshop. The building department will be taking on the development of standards for low-density rural owner housing, and then HHSA and the housing division will be working towards providing financial incentives for encouragement of housing. Next slide. So I was going to make a comment that the best thing you'll see on this slide is on the left-hand column, there's no requested funds in this, so that's a good thing. Obviously the operating budget is shown up there, and I wanted to mention a couple of the affordable housing projects. The $1 million plus or minus is there's currently 2 RFPs that are out for to procure a developer to do both affordable owner-built and rental housing. Those RFPs closed today. The workforce housing projects that's shown as $470K of ARPA funds. Originally that was $530,000 went to the workforce housing survey, which closed on February 29th. The consultant is currently working on distilling that information and drilling down on some of the key areas. And then regarding the tiny homes on wheels, we do have some leftover REAP funds from our REAP grant, and we were able to work with HCD to help pay for that effort.
All right, Chair Bullock, members of the board, I'm Ryan Griver, your Health and Human Services Director and the sponsor of the Homelessness Board Objective. And this year, the objective language is the same as in the previous year. I really want to highlight the in partnership with the continuum of care piece, because I think that's what's a little bit unique about this objective. There's a homeless action plan that the county developed in partnership with the continuum of care that this board has previously seen, and a lot of the new work, the new state funding that's coming down to do new things is reflected in that homeless action plan. This objective focuses on a transition to ongoing programs to serve the homeless, and that's reflected in the initiatives. Martin, next slide. Those initiatives include continuing to partner with the continuum of care, expanding permanent supportive housing, which we've been very active in doing and need to continue doing, embracing and utilizing Built for Zero and really robust use of data to coordinate campaigns to end homelessness for target populations, including veterans, potentially focusing on truckee and families in the upcoming cycle. Completion of the Commons Resource Center, so we were able to procure the building and are in the midst of remodel to hopefully open for ongoing navigation services starting in next fall. Developing strategies to better serve Truckee and North San Juan in particular, but places that are away from the bulk of the continuum of care that we have built around homelessness. And then to develop a more refined approach to emergency warming shelter, as we discussed at the strategic planning workshop. Next slide. And so you'll see here that that's where we're focusing in terms of requesting funds. You can see that $4.3 million identified as funds that are pulled down through other sources outside of the general fund, but really to try to get to a more sustainable and managed process for equitably operating warming shelters in different parts of the county. We're requesting $150,000 to conduct an RFP for that service, and then the intent is to leverage partners in that, as we've done this year in Truckee, to participate in that funding relationship to be able to expand that service. $25,000 would be a modest amount, and we'd hope to expand beyond there. So I'll stop and turn it over to Erica.
Okay, this is the last one. So greetings, Board of Supervisors. Erica Seward, Senior Analyst with your Community Development Agency, here to present on the Recreation Board Objective. So as you'll see, we have 4 pillars that have really guided our work. Next slide. As we head into the year and advancing the work plan, there's 6 initiatives that have guided us over the past couple of years. The primary one being finalizing and implementing the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. Essentially, that primary initiative would roll up all of the other initiatives as we look to move into implementation phase for the master plan once it's adopted. To advance the charter and related work plan, I've outlined in your document the composition of the staff work group and member functions, which meet monthly and is facilitated by our small team in CDA, really leveraging all of the resources available on the county staff side of things. We have meetings and methods outlined to include work groups and our community collaboratives that we work with and leverage. That's our CCC cohort and our quarterly rec coalition. And then you'll also see key dates throughout the year of outreach campaigns, events, and activities that deliver on these areas. Next slide. So budget impacts and resource allocation that you should be aware of is that the recreation budget has been funded by ARPA since its outset. The remaining ARPA funds are dedicated to visitor safety, emergency response, and sustainable recreation programs, mostly informed by cohort solutions, and a separate charter will be coming forward that's currently in development for the cohort, with upcoming meetings with ad hoc leads, Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Hall, and also feedback from our agency and community partners in the cohort. Additionally, funds have been dedicated through ARPA for master plan implementation of $200,000, as well as Donner Summit Visitor Center, that project, which also is embedded in the master plan for $500,000. Headed into this next budget cycle, we will be expressing the need to allocate general fund dollars to maintain staffing, overhead, basic services, and supplies. And we are requesting that $125,000 in board priority assignment dollars be allocated additionally for master plan implementation and potentially the following year. This funding would be leveraged for grants and other activities to advance projects that were identified at the board workshop, our 8 big moves, so to speak, which are now being coined as focus areas. And then this draft plan is also available as of today for public feedback via a survey that is open through March 24th, and you have received those details as well. And I'm going to go ahead and plug the website where the public can take that survey. It's nevadacountyrecreation.com/plan. So again, thank you for your leadership and guidance advancing recreation in Nevada County. And I'll throw it back over to Martin.
All I can say is wow. What a stellar staff. And one thing I think you can see here as a recap is approximately total projects, $28 million, $28.6 million, 26.3. Those are largely current projects that are already underway in these various objectives. And you can see there the $920,000 small adjustment for the environmental health project that we think has grant funding. So thank you, Erica, for mentioning. There are a few sub-charters, as we are calling them. So, for example, the South Yuba cohort, that is underway and being planned further. There's also a home, I think it's the home kitchen project. There's a sub-charter for that. And there's one other that I can't think of right now, but you will see further charter activity for those projects. So again, we hit our general guidelines, I think, and really looking at the meetings that occurred, part of your meeting that occurred this morning with SBC, the schools, RCRC, just the collaborative nature of these projects kind of interweaving with some of the activities of those agencies is pretty extraordinary. So we definitely met that guideline. Most of these are one-time funding. That was also one of the guidelines that we came into this meeting with. And so I just want to open it up to the board. That's all we have for you. Again, the intent is to take those projects that have been outlined. We will further vet those and plan for them through the 24-25 budget process and bring them back to this board in a more final format. Any comments or questions for the team would be appreciated.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. That's an outstanding presentation. I was wondering, just for, excuse me, organization's sake, would you like us to go through each charter questions and organize it that way instead of bouncing between charters?
Yeah, I think that would be a great recommendation.
Okay, yeah, and I just, it's a tremendous amount of work reflected in the charters that you've brought forward, and they span multiple years because I know we've talked about some of these from previous strategic priority workshops, and I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, staff, and everybody that's worked so hard to bring these forward, and all the board members who have contributed to, on the ad hoc and to look at all of this together. So, yeah, go ahead.
Martin, I wonder if you would clarify once again what you're asking and what you're hoping to see as far as the financial requests go.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. We're really looking for further board direction. This is the next step. We consolidated what you had tasked us with at the board workshop. We created a charter that will allow us to plan further and consistently for these board objectives. So we're looking for, number one, we have the $920,000. Those are the projects that the board had chosen at the board workshop, and we're hoping to get a stamp on that. And then we would bring those projects back through the budget process as they materialize further.
So specifically, if I could expand on that, if you look at the charters on the second slide of each objective, there are initiatives that reflect the board discussion at your workshop in terms of our roadmap, what staff is going to prioritize moving forward. Second is the funding request to seek your direction. Is that how you want to align the fiscal resources in terms of the initiatives? Do you want to realign them in in a different way? And then we will take that feedback now and move forward through the budget subcommittee process. So we're looking for input. Thank you.
To be determined by the budget subcommittee, or?
No, your direction now.
Okay,
And then
all right.
we will work with the budget subcommittee to make sure that the resources will align with the
If
feedback.
we have them, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Can I just clarification? So it's this amount plus you mentioned the two other charters, the South Yuba and the Home Kitchen. So there will be two more charters coming forward at least. Will those have additional funds that we then need to address after we address this?
So
that's not
those
included in
sub-charters are going to be underneath, for example, the Home Kitchens is underneath economic development. And then the river management plan is underneath recreation.
But there will be new charters coming for each of
Correct.
those. So are those additional funds that are not included in here?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so why don't we start with fiscal stability and core services? Any clarifying questions on that project charter? I have one. Could we go to the slide for the project charter? I think it's down one. Next, yeah, slide 6. Thank you. Yep, down one more. There you go. The question I had was the litter removal for 185. I think what was originally described 2 strategic workshops ago was 15,000 for Eastern County litter removal. Not this workshop, but the one previous to that. The other 185, I think, was to fill gap funding or program funding for the county as a whole. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the other, we definitely, if you have a question, the one question I had was, I think, is that nested under climate resiliency and?
Yes, it is.
Within that budget unit currently?
It is, yes. The 15,000 is, the 185 is unfunded, so that would be out of the board priority. But the 15,000 is out of that climate resiliency ARPA money.
And then the climate resiliency budget that was originally allocated during the inception of that program, that money is spoken for, I think, from the other slides, primarily for our climate action plan and other work. Does that account for the new grant that we got, the big grant?
It does not.
Not yet, okay.
Yeah, the new grant would be in addition to what you saw on this slide.
Okay, so there's a likelihood that the climate action plan or some of the big grant pieces will be funded?
Okay. Ariel's looking
We'll
at
ask
me
Ariel
with
to
a
come up.
question. So, yeah, let me see if she can answer that. Thank you.
Sorry, they cross both. Yeah, but I think they cross, because my question is the 200 that we're looking for litter removal, 185 here, I thought we could take it out of the unused portion of the climate resiliency budget.
Yeah, there was 200,000 originally, previously allocated to climate resiliency, a total of 200. We took the 15,000 out of that.
I see.
That was out of ARPA, and I think we paid for the Civic Spark fellow out of that. Yeah, these.
I think probably the quickest explanation is, or the clearest and briefest, to keep us on this one, and then we can return to the intricacies of the grant when we discuss climate resilience. Excuse me, is that the only piece on this is the 15,000 previously, as you indicated, Chair Bullock, previously allocated through the climate action budget, climate
Okay.
resilience budget. The other 185 has nothing to do, and I think Tricia's moved forward to be able to speak to that through actually core services. So there was discussion about where that lived best.
Okay.
But as a long-term system change, the understanding is that's really a core service strategy.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks for answering that. Yeah, perfect.
So, don't go away, because, so I'm still confused where that came from, because I was never a fan of this funding, and next thing I know, it's on here to be voted on. And I may be just the minority on this one, and so it's going to move forward, but where is the plan? I mean, where did we come up, how did we come up with 200,000 on that?
So this was to pick up litter throughout, Nevada County, and so kind of modeling after Eastern County with the $15,000 contract. We provided estimates to a whole group, a working group basically, talking about if we were to staff this, if we were to contract it out. And so we consulted with a contractor who said, hey, we could do this for a certain amount, and that's where we're proposing $185,000, potentially up to that amount of franchise fees to help pay for that.
That's
and so
right.
that's, yeah, and that's an appropriate use of that franchise fee.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, so, and then, and you did mention, I'm excited about the MECO thing, so there is some funding out there right now. I think we applied for that. I hope that was the plan, and that actually is probably almost double of that. And it's actually a really great time for this, so I'm glad we're still initiating it, because the studies that have been done over the last 2 years have been very positive. 98.5% with code enforcement cases, no studies of foodborne illnesses, and these are big things. Riverside, San Mateo County, San Diego County, there's 350 legally businesses doing legally as MECO. So there's a lot of great stuff, and there's a lot of funding right now for that as well, for people, $3,000 for a person to help them get through the process. There's $1.5 million out there for this kind of a project. So thank you for adding that. And it really, like I said, we're going to get to scratch that. I believe that we found that funding.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else on the fiscal and core services project charter? Okay. Emergency preparedness. Sue, we'll start with you.
Okay, thanks. I'm just looking down this, and I look at the community waste drop-off events, and I know we didn't have, I don't see any, there's no grant funding at this point. It doesn't look tight. So I'm just curious, so does that meet our goal there, that 25,000? I mean, last year it seemed like it was way more than that.
Yeah, Supervisor Hook, over the years, we've leveraged grants, a variety of different grants. We've had some general fund. We've had other partnership grants that we've had. We've leveraged emergency-related grants and resources like our storm events 2 years ago that we got a grant from CAL FIRE. So there's a variety of efforts other than just the community green waste drop-off events, like that storm debris evacuation route clearing project we have going on right now. But yes, it is very expensive. Typically, that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. We do have some budgeted already regularly in the OAS budget, and that's around $40,000. We have earmarked for grant match $500,000 for green waste support services. So it's a variety of a funding portfolio.
Okay. I'm just curious, because that one seems, especially after this winter again, and that's where people actually come and do their own work and bring it to us. So that just seemed like when you're looking at the mitigation recovery project consultants, I don't know, just trying, how do we make the best for our bang for our buck right off the bat?
Okay. Heidi?
Yeah, thanks for asking that, Sue. That helps me too. And I have one more to bring up, and I'm sorry, Craig, we've been back and forth on this a bit, and you give me answers, and then I come back and feel like, no, I want more than that. And that's on the evacuation planning that, as you know, I've asked about. And last summer, and I think it's also in Sue's district potentially, that was probably the number one question I got. What are we doing to help those county roads or private roads where there's a tiny piece in between to help connect them? We could throw some money at them. I know Tricia has talked about looking at that in her budget. We've talked about that in your budget. The answer I feel like I walked away with was, let's finish the evacuation study and then see what grants we can go and get after that. But I went back and looked at all my stuff on evacuation plans, and so that study ends March 15th, I believe, and you're going to be bringing that to the board in April. So it seems like that should be on our plan for right now for looking at funding. We just looked at Nevada City is looking at for funding that we are just working with them on to do, including evacuation workshops. And then we just recently saw that one of the 6 funding bills going through Congress includes $750,000 for Nevada County for evacuation planning. So it feels like that's up. There's money potentially out there. We should be looking for grants, and it's not reflected in this slide. So I understand it may be somewhere in there, but I haven't heard that we're planning to expend any funds on this year, and I'm hoping to see that we will. Sue, are you?
Thank you for bringing
Okay.
So Supervisor Hall, I'm very glad you asked, because we've been approaching this at a multi-year strategic approach. So your board's going to see the evacuation study that is completed at one of their April meetings. We'll do a joint presentation with the Sheriff's Office with an overview of that study and next steps. Right now, we have several projects and programs happening right now that are helping private roads specifically for evacuation routes. Our winter storm green waste program, there's contractors on the ground today doing work throughout a variety of areas. That was actually one of your consent items to expand an additional 40 miles for private roads for that notice of exemption this morning. You mentioned our fiscal year 24 earmark request. That is a more robust, essentially grant program that builds on our success of our micro grant program that our second round is happening now. So essentially we have 3 programs that are either happening now or into this next year that provide direct resources and funding to our community for private roads. And that doesn't even talk to the public road piece. There's also been a lot of funding in that realm. There's a roadside vegetation abatement FEMA grant happening right now that Public Works is managing in partnership with our office. So there's a ton going on, and there's even more happening in the future. So it's very timely, and the way this is happening is working out perfect.
Okay, so what I may need is at some point later to have that all packaged in one, so we can discuss, see it all laid out. Here's what's happening on evacuation planning. Here are the different pieces, how they're getting funded, and because I need to respond to my constituents on that too. And I keep saying we're waiting for the study to come out. I do know that we added on that they're doing this with storm cleaning, but I'm having a hard time seeing the whole thing in one package, and that we're actually approaching those really difficult little pieces that people are wanting us to maybe invest in between, like private lots between public and private roads, small pieces that maybe at critical junctures that we can maybe put some money in to help resolve.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback, Supervisor Hall. We'll be sure to include a slide or two showing what's happening now and what's going on in the future as far as funding and projects, and when we bring our evacuation study to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions on the OES charter? Okay, none from me. Thank you. On to the economic development piece. Any questions for staff? Clarification? Otherwise? I had one quick question. How this folds in or sews together with the action plan. And we had some recent discussions about KPIs or metrics measuring the success of the plan, and I wasn't sure if that would be best put into the project charter, if it would be actually within the action plan, and maybe it would be, I know we're looking at that draft plan right now, but some understanding how we're going to measure it and where will those measurements be included. Will it be in the project charter or the plan?
Great question, Chair Bullock. I would say that within the action plan document that you've seen, the KPIs were put there as suggested metrics. I think as each of the very specific projects are identified, those metrics that would be the appropriate ones to assign to that project would be included. Right now, it is they are listed as examples of the action plan. I think there are others that could come up. For example, if we go forward with a business retention expansion program, what would those KPIs look like? Certainly, if you felt more comfortable that KPIs could be added into the charter, that's certainly something that we could go forward and do.
I think in the plan's great for me.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and those would be project by project specific.
Yes, because each project's going to use different metrics to really determine its success. And so that was meant in the action plan just to be a list of the kinds of things that would be used to measure the various projects, not saying that each project's going to be measured against all of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I can't remember, there's the objectives of the plan. Would they have KPIs themselves? So if it was to, for example, retain existing business, would it have a KPI in it?
Absolutely. If there's a project that comes out of that that's associated with it, then part of the group decision, whether it is work specifically that I'm doing or one of our economic partners, we would require that we have some KPI measurement along with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you feel there's adequate information on the cannabis portion of it? I mean, it's just a small mention in there.
And that's because I believe out of the board workshop that it was determined that cannabis is going to come forward with its own charter. And so while it's under economic development, their charter is being developed right now.
Okay. Thanks, Kimberly.
Does that include retail portions? It does. Oh, I'm sorry. Does that include retail?
I believe it includes everything under
Oh,
cannabis.
for cannabis, yes.
Okay, thanks. I just had one minor ask.
Of course.
Very nitpicky. But could you add Visit Truckee Tahoe to the local, regional, and statewide economic partners?
I would be very happy to do that.
Thank you so much.
I think maybe let Matt discuss the cannabis part real quick. He explained it to me earlier.
Okay, yeah, great.
Just for the board's information.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Matt Kelly, Director of Code and Cannabis Compliance. So a sub-charter that came from your board's workshop is a development of a cannabis charter. We're going to be putting that together here over the next couple of months. The plan is to develop a technical advisory committee, kind of similar to how we developed the ordinance before. And then part of that will include the retail sales ordinance update and that component. We are working on that now with the subcommittee made up of Supervisor Schofield and Supervisor Hall. And so that will also be included. I'm sorry, Supervisor Swarthout. Apologies. So that will also be included in that as well.
And I think you're going to see more frequent meetings so we can have more updates for the board.
Will that have conversation too, like about the changes we want to look like with the land use side of things? Like the overlay and that kind of thing, Matt?
Supervisor Cook, absolutely. So the purpose of the ad hoc committee is to receive feedback from the Board of Supervisors on the development of the ordinance as we're putting it together. One of the, at the previous, not this recent board workshop, but the previous board workshop, one of the items that we were asked to look at was exclusionary zoning. So that the ordinance update will include that. It'll be a couple of different components of potential application process that somebody could, a neighborhood or a group of parcels could look at doing. But that's currently being developed and will be included in the ordinance update.
What's the TAC supposed to be for?
So the TAC would be similar to how we did develop the ordinance before, is to receive feedback on the development of the charter and still sort of formulating that, but that would be kind of the idea. I think it would be at the staff level, and then if the supervisor wanted to be part of that, I think we could also include that as well through economic development.
So it's just internal?
It would be.
Okay, and it's to finalize. I mean, this has been coming for a long time, so assuming you're working on it, and this would just be to finalize and make sure all the pieces are addressed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Anything else on economic development? Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to the broadband objective. Any questions for staff on broadband?
Sitting in the catbird seat. You're going to do it all, and you're not going to need any money. Awesome.
Nice work. Okay. Climate resiliency. New. And Ariel, maybe you could give us an update on the grant. The questions I had related to the grant earlier on what your thoughts are on the timing and where it will go and if it'll help you meet your objectives for this plan for 2024.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Burlick and supervisors. I think in brief, I think the key points to add to what Jeff presented specific to the grant that we're referring to is specifically the RRPG grant, the Regional Resilience Planning Grant, through the Governor's Office of Planning and Research that was allocated to Nevada County and our key partners, including Sierra Business Council and the Nisinan Tribe, or CHIRP. So it's a 2-year grant. There are 4 key focus areas of that grant, and those are the sustaining of the Climate Transformation Alliance in Eastern Nevada County, the development of a Western County Climate Collaborative, as yet to be named, but that will be developed collaboratively, and then the development of a climate action plan. And that's, really awesome. $200,000 specifically going to develop that climate action plan. And then Jeff also mentioned 2 other key pieces. So really, as Martin introduced in the beginning, a real focus of these objectives is understanding that we need to leverage outside funding. So to be able to develop that climate action and adaptation plan, leveraging both the $200,000 from the grant, as well as Sierra Nevada Energy Watch, which is a program of Sierra Business Council, they're able to provide substantial portions of planning through that program, which is actually coming down through PG&E funding. So we'll be leveraging that as well as the staff time of a Civic Spark, should that be funded again by your board. And then the fourth of the 4 key areas that I mentioned is supporting the Nisinan Tribe, or CHIRP, for capacity building for them to be able to participate in climate action planning. I don't know if there are any other specific questions, but that's the overview of that.
Yeah, great. Second year objective, it's doing really well. Any other questions? I've had the opportunity to be involved in this, so I don't have a lot. Okay, great, thanks. Workforce housing. Any specific questions? We had our first scoping meeting. I'll just mention a little bit. We had our first scoping meeting, and it was a great dialogue. Obviously, hugely challenging problem for our whole region. So the conversation we had was pretty complex, and the project charter reflects that. There's a lot of information in here, but I'm looking forward to it. I think we can make some steps forward. Anybody have any questions on that? Hopefully, as we spin up a few of the recent ad hocs, we can come back through the board member announcements process and give people an update as we move forward.
I think these charters are fantastic. The hardest part is then, first we want it simplified, and then we're like, oh, but wait, what's in there? So under our allocation for Western County, I'm really looking forward to seeing what we come up with out of there, and that I'm assuming we are looking for other financial incentives to help build housing. I know, Artie, you expressed an interest in that piece, and I'm particularly interested in that too. So we'd love to know what we're starting to do on that. Thanks.
Yeah, we talked about the work, I forget the term we use, terminology, but a toolbox of sorts to compile all the funding sources that are available to us, put them in there, and that's going to be a big part of, I think, what the deliverable from that ad hoc. Okay, if seeing no other further questions on that, we will go on to homelessness. I'll go last. I have just a couple of quick questions, comments, but anything for staff on the homelessness side? Sorry, I got slightly lost on my paperwork. The extreme weather shelter for 150, and then other funded 25 and 200 total. Ryan, do you feel that is that going to meet our needs? Just from the initial THAC conversations and ad hoc that I'm in, it doesn't seem to be enough to me.
Yeah, I think it's a starting point. I think in Truckee in particular, based on what we've been able to do this year, we have a lot of potential to leverage other partners, and I'm looking forward to how that process proceeds in terms of that engagement and what are the community needs and how can we leverage the community foundation up there and other partners. And I think if we identify further gaps there, then that would feed into future conversations. So, I mean, we could always do more, but with what we have, I think we could build an RFP.
Okay. Yeah, understood. And I don't know, and Sue, maybe you want to comment on what, I know there's some solutions at play in North San Juan, but just making sure that you're okay looking to other funding sources and stakeholders to bring in some dollars, because I know for Eastern County, 150 is not going to make it, but we hope to get the other stakeholders who have pledged to support it to make contributions in that area, but I don't know if that's commensurate for North San Juan. We may want to put some more in there.
Well, I know we've talked about this. I mean, we started with nothing really this year at North San Juan, and so this is stop. There is some community engagement there. They do have a building, and actually that worked. They made some changes with that. We went to the community center at the old firehouse, so there's been some action going on there. I mean, I'm glad to see some funding that'll go that way. They make their money spread and last there pretty well. It's a different situation than what you guys have over on the other side, but yeah. And we're going to keep looking for grant funding. I mean, that's the exciting part. If we could renovate and do things up there, and we have a team that if there's money out there, we're going to find it. So I appreciate you guys all being nimble and making sure things got taken care of this year.
Sure, thank you. And yes, Mike Dent and I have been out and met with Pamela Rosada with the Community Center. We have supported them with some one-time funding this year to support operations. Previous years, they've been relatively self-sufficient, but we recognize there's a need and a growing need. And so we look forward to supporting them in those grant applications and just identifying what our partnership will look like and how we can build that out in future years.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I just want to mention a sincere thank you to Jasmine for working on the warming shelter in Eastern County. Woohoo, Jasmine! She's done such a great job, and I saw her at a meeting the other day, and she kind of looked at me like, let's talk. So I know we're ready to bring forward additional solutions, and the THAC working group is pretty productive. A lot of people in that room, so I'm hoping that we'll have additional lift being contributed to the county side of it. But just a great thank you, Ryan, to you and your staff, and Jasmine and others, and our stakeholder partners, the town of Truckee and the hospital, both for getting it tilted up. The one piece I'm hearing about, and I'll just mention it, that when the road closes, there's a kind of a demographic shift of the people that need to be served in that warming shelter. So they'll get like a family of 4 off the road who needs to stay the night. Not necessarily people or our clientele that are used to being in that facility, and so there's a little bit of friction going on there. OES from the town of Truckee's brought forward some concerns, and so we can talk more about that, but just understanding there's some kind of unique pieces that come with having it adjacent to Interstate 80 that we haven't really thought through, but we'll talk more about that.
Sure.
Well, I think that's a good point, because we have that here too. When we have
120.
Well, not
49.
just from highway, but when we have disasters like the Snowmageddon, we have people having to come into our shelters that are different folks that have a different need. So it's really an overall, both sides of the county issue, a little different on the highway, but same idea here. So I do think it's something we have to continue to look at.
And thank you for calling out the work in Truckee this year. Thank you for your leadership on it. And I also just want to thank the other county partners that made it happen, facilities, sheriff's department, and others, and the courts for making it happen this year.
Yeah, we all pulled together. It's nice to see people are being served there. I think we have on average of 8 to 12 people a night. Every single night it's open. Yeah, and that's another 4 or 5 that come and go, kind of cycle through. So there's definitely the need that's still there. Thanks, Ryan. Any other questions for Ryan on homelessness? Nope. The fun one. I have the advantage of, and Sue and I have looked at the plan. I think other folks have too. Yeah, it's really quite impressive. The consultant team and our staff have done an outstanding job synthesizing a whole bunch of really complex information. Comes in from a bunch of different kind of demand side of the equation from people who are like, hey, we need this for recreation, organized and organic, both. But any questions for Erica on this? Yeah, I think Donner Summit has been sitting out there for quite some time. It's been funded and carried through, and just kind of carried through as a budget line item within that. So I didn't know how that fell or how it was accounted for, because we're not looking for additional money. That money was original TOT money.
Yes, so those funds are dedicated. They're in your the grid that's in the charter. There's a revenue note. It's under various projects underway. So that $500,000 is part of that 1.4 million. And then if you're asking about implementation, there's a lot of work underway right now to really move that project forward. But if you have specific questions, I'm happy to address that.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. I have no questions. I've looked at it, and I like the 8 big moves. I like that wording better than, what did you call it? What was the alternate?
It's now focus areas. It's a
Focus
little
areas?
more direct.
That's way too boring. Yeah, we need the 8 big moves. Yeah, any other questions for Erica?
No, but I'm excited to see what comments come in now that it's going to be out for public comment. So, because there's a lot of great work that went in. This has been interesting. And the collaboration and the folks that show up to those meetings have huge. It's been great. So you've done a great job, you and Alex both. It's exciting to see how this moves forward.
Quick question. How did the CCC meeting go?
It went really well, and they should be receiving the press release and survey, but they provided some really good feedback and collectively are really supportive of all of the 8 different focus areas.
Great. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, and stay tuned if you're a hiker because our mile markers are going in. So that's very exciting. They're working at getting the volunteers, the signs are there, and so that's one of those projects we've been working on from the youth cohort and into recreation. So very excited to see that happen.
And can you work with PAO to get that master plan comment survey thing out on all our social media?
Yes, they were on it as of today.
Perfect.
So
I figured they would be, just to like get it out, everybody to notice, so we get the comments.
Yes.
Supervisor Schofield.
Thank you, Jeff. Sue and I are like.
And all I was going to say is we're looking forward to tomorrow night, be at the South County MAC, and hopefully we get some folks there. Appreciate it, Erica.
Yes, we'll be there to receive feedback from the public.
Just a point of clarity, is the South Yuba corridor plan nested within recreation? That goes underneath?
It is. It's under the river access management strategy as a whole, and then there's a whole suite of projects focused specifically on the South Yuba corridor.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Just thinking, since you said Matt, does it make sense to bring this to the city councils too, to have them make sure they're aware of it?
We can. I can see where there's overlap with the dates. They did receive the information as part of the larger stakeholder working group and have been very engaged.
Okay, might be worth just asking if they want to hear. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions or comments on the recreation charter? No? Thank you, Erica. I think with that, we'll go ahead and open up public comment on the entire item. Madam Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
We do not.
Okay, thanks. We'll go inside to the board chambers. Diana.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, a trade association representing our local cannabis industry. And it's so lovely to hear this presentation today and to have been at the board workshop. Everything is so organized, it's transparent, everything's prepared, and just to see the development process from the beginning discussions to where we are today, it's just thank you to the staff and to your leadership for all the hard work. I was very optimistic to see cannabis mediation pilot project under economic development. Ag mediation services are going to really help resolve some of the neighborhood issues that we're facing in land zoned for commercial agriculture. Intervention at an early stage of the process or with a challenging issue has really proven to be successful when we can just get two people talking. And thank you for your board's leadership and recognition for the cannabis industry as a core service under economic development with a high growth potential. One of the things that we would really like to see in this upcoming year is support for staff with trained grant writers. There have been a couple cannabis grants that we have not received, and would really love to see any support as it relates to grant writing that can help support staff for the great work they're doing. Thank you.
Diana, a quick question on that note, if I may. When you see grant opportunities, are you connected in a way that's productive so that you can bring those to our attention?
Oh, very much. Yes. We're very much aware when there's grant opportunities.
Okay, great, thank you.
But I can also bring it to your board's attention as well.
Thanks. Any other public comment? Nope. Okay, we'll close public comment on this item. I'd just like to say thanks to everybody. We'll bring it back to the board. Thank you, Martin, so much for synthesizing all this. I know we're going to go into the budget workshop and have to repeat some of these conversations, maybe in greater detail, which is the point of that exercise. But just want to thank you and thank all the senior staff for bringing this forward. Great work. Looking forward to working with each and every one of you on these priorities as the year comes forward. Any other comments from the board?
Have we given direction here?
I guess we'd turn
We're
that
just
back.
saying we approve this, or we'd like to see this happen.
Yeah.
So you can accept the presentation, and we took your feedback today. That will be reflected going forward in the charters as well as the budget subcommittee process.
And the next time that the full board will see the items included in the charter will be in the draft
We're
budget submission?
suggesting we provide an update that would be in alignment with our budget process, so in June,
Okay.
when you receive the budget presentation.
Okay, sounds good to me. Any other questions, comments?
Just also, you're really huge thank you. It's been a lot to take in, and then I know it's a whole new process, and then we had last minute things, or I always do, so it seems like. So thanks for your patience and for all your good work, Martin, and everybody pulling it together. I think this is going to be a great tool to have going forward.
Thank you. Okay, no action here. Thank you again. It says...
I'll make a motion to accept the report now.
I'll second it.
Okay, that works too. It says specifically in my directions, no action. Okay. Well, motion a second, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks, everybody. It works too. We're on to item number 26, our final item of the day. This is Director of Human Resources.
Chair Bullock, we actually
Oh, I'm sorry.
have item 21, so we'll go ahead and move forward with item 26 and then come back to item 21.
20.
We never finished 21.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yep. Thanks for pointing that out. We'll just go ahead and do item number 26, Director of Human Resources. Steve Rose and Susan Cadero will be presenting on Steve's behalf. Yep, still correct. Resolution amending the authorized personnel staffing resolution 23-338 as amended by resolution 23-559, 24-025, and 24-093. With that, we'll turn it over to Susan.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and members of the board. I am Susan Cadero, Principal Management Analyst for Human Resources, and I am pinch hitting for Steve Rose. Normally, your board approves the staffing resolution on a quarterly or monthly basis via the consent calendar, but the request before you today, I'm hearing a little echo, for 8 additional positions all pertain to one particular project, and that is these positions will support the implementation of the Enterprise Resource Planning Project, which your board heard about at your workshop. And so I will say that in my tenure here, we have talked about revising the Enterprise Resource Plan or project, our Fin Plus Penimation system, for 10 or 15 years. And it's particularly pleasing to me that we're bringing it to fruition at this time. So I will turn it over to a presentation that will be provided to you by Gina Will and Barry Anderson that they have prepared for you. And then after that, we'll address any questions. Thank you.
If I could, Chair Bullock and members of the board, I just wanted to, number one, thank Barry Anderson and Gina Will for this presentation. But I wanted to open this just to frame this up a little bit, because the Enterprise Resource Planning Project, which is up for discussion, and the related staffing that's also part of this board item, we brought this project, which is a significant project, to the board in the board workshop for 2023 and the board workshop for 2024. We talked about it in the various information systems presentations. And we also brought an item to the board a few months ago for a project manager. So we have a project manager on board that will be discussed. And so I just wanted to frame that up, that those are some of the discussions that have occurred. We've talked about this in the capital projects subcommittee a couple of times. And just to mention that in that, for example, when we did bring on that project manager, we talked about, for example, that every department is going to be impacted by this project. It's a county-wide effort that's really underpins much of the administrative activity of our county. So I just wanted to frame that up, and then thank you. I'll pass it on to Gina Wills. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and board members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about the ERP implementation. Just as a quick refresh, the Enterprise Resource Planning System, or ERP, is the central financial management system of the county. So it very well aligns with your objectives related to core service offerings and financial stability. So the core financial functions include general ledger maintenance, treasury, budget control, procurement, financial reporting, assets and liabilities, and accounts payable. It also is the system that manages the core HR functions of salary and benefit payments, payroll reporting, and position control. So we're so excited about what a modern system will provide in terms of current technology that will really streamline processes as well as strengthen internal controls. And it's a goal to fully integrate the ERP with other operating systems to maximize efficiency, accountability, and transparency for the public. So again, just to recap, why is the ERP system so important to replace? First, the current system is over 20 years old. The vendor is not investing resources any longer in maintaining that particular platform, so the vendor is a challenge to work with. And the outdated technology of the system creates some security vulnerabilities. Two, county staff have done an incredible job of working around system limitations. However, inefficient processes, inadequate functionality, and limited reporting options are a strain on resources and best financial management practices. Three, the system has county-wide impact, as Martin had mentioned. All county departments use the system to account for their programs and core service offerings. The system also is used by school districts and special districts to account for monies within the county treasury. The auditor's office uses the system to process accounts payable and payroll for a variety of special districts throughout the county. A modern ERP will provide the functionality to improve financial data accessibility and transparency. It will also strengthen internal controls and create more efficient workflows for transaction authorization. So where are we currently in the process? We're very excited about the progress made. So the board last received a comprehensive update on this project in January at the budget workshop. At that time, the formal request for proposals, or RFP, was out on the street. Integrators and systems had been requested to submit proposals by February 15th, 2024. Those proposals have now been received and are in the hands of a selection committee. So the selection committee is made up of qualified staff from across the county, and they are methodically evaluating those proposals on the basis of the requirements identified prior to the release of the RFP. So recommendation, requests for approvals, and updated implementation timelines and budget will come back to the board for your consideration in June 2024. So what next? Many California counties, and including some of our county neighbors, have gone through or are in the process of going through ERP implementations. So we can really learn a lot from their experiences. One of their key recommendations, and they've really emphasized the importance of bringing in additional resources to support the implementation efforts. So in that regard, after careful consideration, we are asking the board to approve 8 limited term positions. This is a conservative minimum and essential for successful ERP implementation. The positions will be strategically positioned throughout the county, with 2 for the Auditor Controller's Office, 1 for Community Development, 1 for the CEO's Office, 1 for Health and Human Services, and 3 for Information and General Services. Some position will be for a shorter duration than others, but ultimately all limited term positions will expire by December 31st, 2026, which is when we expect the system will be live. So what is the purpose of the limited term staff? The positions will be used to support the continuation of core services. So of course, during implementation, core and administrative functions must continue. Vendors and employees must be paid, and all of our financial reporting responsibilities must continue. So the positions will allow the best and brightest employees some capacity to assist with ERP implementation. Some of the key objectives during the implementation process include designing a chart of account and processes that are effective, adaptable, and expandable, and that meet all of our financial reporting requirements. Re-engineering, implementing, and testing each process needed to complete all core financial management and payroll functions, and utilizing the improved functionality of a modern ERP system to improve efficiencies, accountability, and transparency. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Barry Anderson to talk about some of the budget considerations.
Thank you, Gina. Members of the board, so I'd like to have a couple slides here around the budget considerations. So 2 kind of key points to make are that a supplemental staffing component has always been part of our budget plan. Whenever we have presented this to the board, it has included an estimate for supplemental staffing. And also to note that the requested positions and the request to add these positions was done through our standard RSC process, request for staffing changes, and the cost going into future fiscal years will be incorporated into the budget development process for the departments wherein they will live. The current estimated project budget is, as shown here, just under $6 million, which includes the backfill staffing. You can see that that's spread over beginning in the current fiscal year, primarily hitting most heavily anticipated in next fiscal year and 25-26, with some additional costs in 26-27. This is in line with estimates that have been provided to your board in the past. And again, as mentioned, Gina mentioned that supplemental staffing, I should say, when we developed these estimates, we've taken into account information gained from some comparison counties that we know have very recently undergone ERP replacements. Those counties did also include supplemental staffing, as Gina has mentioned, and generally in line with this cost over the life of their projects as well. And just as a reminder, these are estimates. One of the biggest impacting factors, or one of the biggest factors that will have an impact on the actual final cost, is going to be the system that we do select. That we don't know what that system is yet or what it will cost, but that'll be coming back to your board. And then lastly, wanted to mention that we have identified some offsets for the project. Your board directed $1 million of ARPA funding to be used in support of this project, in particular in support of staffing. So that's going to help assist with the project costs. And also there is $640,000 of information system. It's what we call the tech assignment, but it's the IS infrastructure assignment in the general fund. $640,000 has been allocated for this project for many years. So that means that the remainder is and will be a general fund impact in the absence of other funds. And again, this is in line with what we have presented when we have discussed this project with your board, as mentioned by Morton at the 2023 and 2024 board workshops. And yeah, again, as a reminder that this will be spread out primarily over the 24-25 and 25-26 fiscal years. And with that, we would welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. We've tracked it since its original inception at the, I think we first talked about it maybe at the strategic workshop in 2 years ago in great detail. I'll open it up to the board for any clarifying questions you may have. Lisa, no?
Thank you for the presentation. It's looking really so much more complete now than it has all these years. I just have one question. The county, the one FTE for the county executive office, I assume that's in Martin's office for the budgeting, for the overall budgeting?
Yeah, that's the assumption. Again, I think as Gina tried to describe that we're calling it backfill staffing because it's intended to help create capacity for people within the offices that will be doing the evaluation and the testing and be heavily involved in the ERP scoping and testing process. And so that might not just be people in the fiscal office. We fully anticipate that there are other county departments who are not represented on that list who are going to need some capacity support as well. So I would fully anticipate that the one position in the CEO's office is likely, we've been talking about it as a floater that could be used to help as needed. You know, if the assessor's office has to get called in to do some testing, perhaps that person has sufficient skills that we can, lend them out or whatever for that.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming that the three for IGS are similar. They're going to have to be support for other offices.
Two of them are information systems analysts, so they're very technical. One of them is an administrative analyst position, so that's more to offset the administrative burden for that one position.
Okay, thank you.
Ed or Sue?
Just again, the timing, when are these people brought on?
So the request is to, I believe we would like to begin recruiting as soon as possible and bring those people on so that we can get them up to speed on those baseline sort of backfill set that knowledge base so that when we do have a system selected and it's prepared for, we have to start doing that work to implement, that these people can kind of hit the ground running to alleviate the burden on the people who are existing in those departments who will be doing that testing work.
So do we have a project manager named?
We have a contracted project manager currently.
Oh, it's contracted.
Yeah, it's contracted. And he's currently doing work and helping us navigate the process.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sue, any questions? No? Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions. I accept vendor selection. When is the vendor selection going to occur?
So very soon. So we're working on scheduling demos right now with vendors that we are evaluating, and then we will continue to narrow down the field of prospective vendors until we ultimately select one that we will bring back to the board in June for your final approval of contracts.
Okay, great. Yeah, good luck with the project.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, we'll open up public comment on this item. Madam Clerk, any callers?
No callers.
Okay, anybody in the board chamber like to make public comment on the ERP project? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll move.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Thank you again. We're on to item 21. This is County Executive Officer Allison Lehman.
This is your,
go ahead. Yeah.
Your final item of the day. This is item 21. This is a resolution amending various Nevada County budgets through fiscal year 23-24, as well as the Quarter 2 Consolidated American Rescue Plan Act Expenditure Plan Budget Amendment. When the county received the ARPA funds, the board requested for staff to come back and provide updates. So I'll go ahead and I'll introduce Martin Polt, Deputy CEO, and Barry Anderson, who will lead the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Martin Polt, your Deputy County Executive Officer, CFO. And Barry's done the bulk of the lifting on this one. I just wanted to make a general comment on the ARPA, on what's before you today. And Barry's got more detail, but this is very much in line with what the board has approved. So there's no change in projects that are being funded by ARPA. The expenditure plan for ARPA, this is essentially, it boggles my mind how complicated it is somehow to actually get those projects funded, and the accounting and those types of machinations that we have to do to actually get the money to the department and those projects that are happening from where it sits right now in the ARPA fund. So essentially, there's a lot of complicated activity going on to just give the money to those projects, and Barry's going to describe how that's working. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Honorable board members, again, my name is Barry Anderson, Management Analyst in the County Executive Office, and I have a few slides for you about the Quarter 2 ARPA budget amendment. So just a little bit of background. On March 11th, 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law. It's a $1.9 trillion economic stimulus package, and of that funding, Nevada County has been allocated just over $20 million, and that includes the local agency and tribal consistency fund in the amount of just over $700,000. So again, our total funding, just over $20 million. Excuse me, let me go back. And then again, on April 27th of 2021, your board was originally presented and adopted what we called the ARPA expenditure plan. And broadly speaking, that called for 30% of the funds to be allocated to community and economic resiliency projects, and 70% to be allocated to county cost recovery projects. And then, as Martin and Allison have alluded to, the direction, and as part of that expenditure plan, the direction was always for staff to come back to the board whenever there was a revision to projects or a need to sort of address accounting for any project. And so that is what we're doing here today. I keep jumping ahead. And then again, at your January 2023 workshop, the board was presented with a revised expenditure plan. We received direction on that and then presented to your board on September 12th for final adoption of the what we call now the 2023 revised ARPA expenditure plan, and that established budget and project authorization for the remainder of all that $20 million of funding. And so that resolution, just a little bit of detail for you there, Resolution 23-485, as I mentioned, it included a list of each project authorized by your board. It included an amendment for certain departmental budgets to facilitate those projects. The budget amendment that was presented, it represents a mixture of sort of three main things. There were remaining project balances on some projects that were previously authorized. We established budget for newly authorized projects in the programs that we knew would be delivering those projects. And then also we had to, in certain cases, establish a placeholder budget for projects that are authorized, but we haven't quite figured out which department is going to manage the project. And so the proposed amendment before you today contains 4 specific amendments. They are just for accounting purposes. They, as mentioned, there's no significant deviation from that approved expenditure plan. There is no net decrease or increase in ARPA fund revenues or expenditures. And there's also part of the resolution is an attachment B, which is a current expenditure status report through the end of December of 2023. And I also wanted to point out that we have a transparency portal as part of our continued commitment to transparency around the use of ARPA funds. It can be accessed at the web address shown on the screen, which is nevadacountyca.gov/ARPA. And on the portal, we have links to the most current expenditure plan resolution. As mentioned, that's currently 23-485. We have the most current expenditure plan status report and all reports submitted to the U.S. Department of Treasury, as well as some other information in that key links section. And with that, we would recommend that your board adopts the budget amendment, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have before that.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it. Any questions from the board? Our expenditure plan, final? Go ahead.
Thank you for this presentation. Attachment B is like great. It shows everything and where we are. We've had so many questions from the community about how we've spent these funds. Are we providing this, or was this new?
That is on that transparency
It is
portal,
on
actually.
there.
Yeah.
So we just need to direct people to that.
Yeah, and it has been. We've updated every time we submit one of those Treasury reports, which is quarterly. We update that report and place it onto the portal, so anyone can go there and see it. Yeah.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Nope. Okay. Public comment, Madam Clerk. Anybody on the phone?
No callers.
Okay. Anybody in the chamber like to provide public comment on the budget amendment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I'll come back to the board for any additional comments, or I will entertain a motion as well.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Good work. Yeah, that's been a big part, in addition to the budget and all the other pieces that go along with managing the financial components of the county, ARPA and CARES Act and all of the rest of the accounting. It's been a lot of work and a juggling act. Yep. Thank you for doing it so well. With that, I think we've covered board member announcements. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your work today.